Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Check this out, huh? Huh? What do you think? I think I make Majority Report look good. Recent gift from a friend of mine. I just wanted to show that off. Fits well too, so it's good. I can imagine what it would look like on a rainy day with this shirt on. Yeah, yeah. I make Majority Report look good. You know, I could be like their merch model or something, I think. I think that would be fun. Anyway, welcome everyone to Left of the Box. It's been an interesting week for me, that's for sure. Let's check the Sandbox first, and then we'll kind of get into some of the happenings from earlier in the week. Oh, and as always, let me know if my volume's okay. We have Mono Hunger Games 1989, Looney Tunes 9000, Teddy Cool, and Genie Bottle. Welcome everyone, and welcome everyone who's just lurking. I appreciate you all. This is not my typical time. I wanted to start earlier than the 6 o'clock because this might be a long stream. I'm just going to deal with it. It's probably going to be a longer stream. There's so much to go over. Like, I would like to take a break from Canadian news, but Canadian news has just been going like off the rails. There's so much happening all the time. And then there was what was happening with me earlier in the week. Oh, Bad Lefty, Mudbuds, I saw you pop in there. Hi. Yes, see my new baseball shirt. And I have my little Tyrannosaurus Rex necklace that I absolutely adore. Because I like dinosaurs. Okay, I like dinosaurs. Yeah, it's been an interesting week. So, many of you know I was supposed to have a live stream on Tuesday with the letter hack, and I was really looking forward to it because we were going to be talking more about relationship dynamics, you know, with a lot of women wanting to go their own way, men wanting to go their own way, the rifts that are being caused, women not wanting to become pregnant and deal with these men, and then men wondering why they're single all the time and why they can't seem to get in a relationship. Like, there was all this relationship around stuff that I thought would be interesting to talk about because there's a lot of societal influences on what's happening with all that. And so we were going to have an entire show with that, and then you could ask me and the letter hack for like dating and relationship advice, which, you know, he's a long-term married man, so yeah, sure, he knows all about dating. And I'm a perpetual single polyamorous person. So of course I know everything about relationships. So I figured that would be a lot of fun. And I was getting ready for it, had a fun little thumbnail for it. And I was in the shower and I started to feel really sick. Like a vertigo attack, sick. It's not the first time I've had one, but this got so severe, so fast, that in a short amount of time, I could barely stand up and I was throwing up. Like, I tried to take Gravol, I instantly threw that up. And then I tried to throw up later on, but there was nothing in my stomach to heave out. And in under an hour, like normally I'm a little reluctant when it comes to, calling an ambulance or even just calling a friend to go into the emergency room, because I know it's going to be hours and hours for what? In under an hour, I called an ambulance because it was so severe that what I was going through felt so not okay, like what was happening to me. And so I called an ambulance. I called a friend to meet me at the hospital. And I managed to get myself down into the lobby of my building. And a very kind woman was coming in at the time when I was sitting down there waiting for the ambulance. And you sometimes wonder if there's any faith in humanity or if there's anything left in humanity. And she saw me and she asked me if I wanted her to stay with me. And I did, because I was so scared at that moment because of how sick I was feeling and just the topsy-turviness and everything. And I don't really remember her name. I remember which floor she said she was on. I really would like to thank her for what she did. It didn't take long for the ambulance to get here, though, so that was a good thing. But I just, there are still good, kind people in the world. And so the ambulance came and I got in and they checked my blood sugar. They did some other checks, blood pressure, all that sort of stuff. They gave me something for the nausea that goes under the tongue and gets dissolved, so I don't have to worry about swallowing it and then throwing it up. And that's when the question was, they didn't think I was experiencing something deadly per se. But it was up to me if I wanted to play it safe and go to the hospital and wait hours upon hours, or if I wanted to just go back up into my apartment and let it run its course. And you see, as much as I talk about how our healthcare system is in shambles and how horrible it is, and it's getting there, and a lot of Americans like to point at our system and say, look at the Canadians and the long wait times and all that sort of stuff. Here's where the biggest difference lies in this particular situation. In that moment, I knew I could go to the hospital, I could get further tests, I could get seen by a doctor, if for nothing else, just peace of mind, and to know I was okay. And it would cost me nothing. If going to the hospital were to cost me thousands of dollars, I wouldn't have gone. And who's to say that's the time I was having a stroke? Because the first time I suffered from this vertigo, about 4 years ago, also wound up in the hospital. It was my first time, had no idea what was going on. The emergency room doctor actually thought I had a stroke because that's how similar the symptoms are. And yeah, that was pat me on the head, send me out. I think you've had a stroke, but we'll have to do further testing. That was, I did not sleep well for a while after that. Turns out it wasn't. Still don't really know what's causing it. I'll get a little bit more into that. But at the hospital, I was able to get an EKG, more blood pressure work done. Got seen by the doctor, and based on my symptoms, he was able to rule out things like a stroke. And again, that's something that if I was in an American system, I wouldn't have done. And who's to say that that was the time that I needed to be there? And I was there for 6 hours just for them to basically give me more gravel at the end of the stay and send me home. But I also, when talking to the doctor, found out what are some of the key symptoms to look out for to know the difference between these vertigo attacks and what a stroke is. So the next time it happens, if there's a next time, I'll know. And unfortunately, there's not much I can do about it other than suffer through it. And it is hell. It like on the way to the hospital, I ended up trying to throw up again, but again, nothing in my stomach to throw up. My body was pretty insistent there was. and just collapsed at the hospital. Luckily, my friend did show up pretty quickly, and even though I was in no condition to talk to him or anything, just having him there, knowing that there was somebody else in case I became unresponsive and just needed somebody, it meant a lot. Like, you know who your friends are if they're willing to sit in an emergency room with you in the Canadian system. Because he knew he would be there for a while as well. And I really appreciate it, and I can't thank him enough for it. But there are theories as to what's going on, like a particle in the ear that broke loose. There's a ear virus that begins with an L, and it's a really long word that can cause that. Though I had a doctor's appointment the next day for unrelated. I had booked it like 3 weeks ago about the bleeding behind my eyeball that the eye doctor caught. I'm starting to think they're related, that there's something wrong. So my doctor was able to get me referred to things, get some blood work done up, and I'm hoping that if we figure out what's going on behind the eyeball, it would also help with the vertigo issues, like clogged capillaries or something of that sort. Fingers crossed they're related. So treat one, you can get the other one done. And while I was in with my family doctor, super frustrating because we talked about what the eye doctor wanted me to see her about. Then I also had to talk to her again about my disability tax benefit forms that I filled out that apparently they've never received, even though I paid $80 for the doctor to fill it out because, again, not free system we're in. And then when I went to mention the emergency room stay from the previous night, she cut me off and said we only had time to cover those two things. Yeah, and that was after waiting an hour to see her. So frustrating. So frustrating. And the thing is that whatever it was that affected me, the next day I was feeling a little bit lightheaded, but Thursday I felt completely fine, like nothing happened. Today I feel completely fine, like nothing happened. So I don't know what it is. It doesn't have any lingering effects or anything. But it is scary knowing that there's something wrong with your body and you can't seem to get it figured out. But while I was in the hospital, just experiencing the emergency rooms in their current state, it's pretty bad. I was there for 6 hours. I was given a fit to sit paper. They handed me a paper in the ambulance saying I was fit to sit, which meant that I didn't require a stretcher, so that they would just wheel me into the waiting room so that a stretcher could be freed up for somebody who maybe couldn't be in a wheelchair, even though I was not really capable of moving that wheelchair around by myself, and sitting up was a very kind way of saying how I was posed. Very, very lot of weight put on that fit to sit thing. Of course, I couldn't actually read the form in my current state. And so I was just sitting in a wheelchair in the waiting room, waiting to get seen. And there were a lot of other people there for a lot of different reasons. And some of the reasons that I could overhear were for non-emergency things. Things that people need to see doctors for, but they can't because they can't get a family doctor, which then just makes the waits in the ER even longer. When I was in the back area waiting to be seen, because first you wait in a waiting room, then you wait in a secondary waiting room, and then you finally get into a curtained off area and wait. And while I was in that curtained off area and waiting, a man had approached a nurse, and there was a bit of a incident. And I could understand the frustration on both sides. Like, I really could. He was a father with his child, and his child was sick or injured, and he had been there for only 2.5 hours. I had been there for, it was about 5 hours at that point. And he was really upset. And I can understand a parent being upset that their child is in pain somehow, and they want their child to be seen and know that they're okay and all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, he was getting very aggressive with the nurse, and the nurse was having to tell him to back off, to go back to his room, all this sort of stuff. And eventually even had to call security to escort him back to his room because he was not letting up. And I understand her side of it too. And, I looked around on the floor and things of that sort. It wasn't exactly clean in there. And that's what's happening. They're so overrun. They have so many people. Not everyone there is in an emergency state, a lot of people just needed to see a doctor, and that was the only way they could see a doctor. And it's just so frustrating that this is becoming more common. But the other thing, again, that really separates us from the American system here is the only expense I have to worry about is the ambulance bill, which will be about $50. But since I'm on disability, that should get waived, and hopefully they'll do it properly this time. So there's no out-of-pocket expensive. Even the parking, when my friend was taking me home, the parking gate was up, so we didn't even have to pay for parking. And that was it. I got the gravel while I was there, no cost. The EKG, no cost. The blood test for the blood sugar, the blood pressures, all that, no cost. Nothing. Nothing out of pocket for this. The thing is that our healthcare system is not free, and a lot of people don't realize how much it actually costs if you're covered under our Canadian system. And so I snapped a picture of this while I was waiting in the curtained off section. Emergency hospital fees. So patients using the emergency department are charged for care items and services if they are not covered by OHIP, Ontario Health Insurance Plan. Fees for those who do not have OHIP coverage are uninsured Canadian residents of Ontario. So somehow if you're a Canadian resident and you don't have any sort of insurance, there are stateless Canadians, that is a thing. But emergency treatment is $359 per visit. Ultrasound, radiology, $100, laboratory, $100, CT scans, $786, ambulance, $240. Like I said, the ambulance for me will be $50, which disability will cover. I've had, the first time I had this vertigo attack, I got a CT scan. Didn't cost me anything. There was another time I went in and had to get an ultrasound. Didn't cost me anything. If I went in uninsured, I'd be looking at $600 to $700 right now. Out-of-country visitors, emergency treatment, $825 per visit. Ultrasound, radiology, $150, laboratory, $150. So that's like blood tests. CT scan, $1,800. Ambulance, $240. Out-of-country visitors to Canada entering our emergency department are required to present payment at the time of treatment and complete and sign the following documents prior to treatment. So while you're in an emergency state, you have to somehow prove you can pay for this before you get seen. And that you have to sign paperwork saying that you are responsible for charges, authorization for disclosure of patient information, governing law and jurisdiction agreement. And then doctor's notes and fees. Off work and off school notes, $20. Insurance and disability and support forms, $40. Our health care isn't free. That's why we pay taxes, so that when we have to go to the hospital, we don't get billed this. We don't see this. I am trying my best with my channel to bring awareness to what is happening to our healthcare system. Because it is falling apart. It is getting worse. But it's not because of the socialism that the Americans will point to and saying that's why it's falling apart. It's because of the lack of it. It's because of the underfunding that's happening. And already thousands of people a year die because they can't get their health care needs taken care of. People get turned away from the ERs, or they're not treated on time in the ERs. They're waiting for sometimes days in the ER in order to get seen. I was probably seen faster because I was a fit to sit versus needing to wait around for a bed. And still, we are far, far better off here than we would be if we were in the United States. I don't want it to wait that long before Canadians finally wake up. I don't want to wait till it's tens of thousands of people every year who are dying because they can't get the help they need. And this is an intentional move by the conservative governments of our provinces, of our country, to defund our health care and move it to a privatized system that is far similar to what the United States is. We can't let this happen. And if people just keep on waiting until it finally affects them, then it's too late. Don't wait for it to be your problem, because by then it will be too late for you to do anything about it. I get so frustrated with this. We see the cuts. Most Canadian knows that trying to get a family doctor is impossible. Trying to get seen in timely manner is possible. Getting seen to specialists and test results. You know, everyone dreads going to the ER because they don't want to wait for hours or sometimes days to get seen. And even then, costs, there are actual costs if you end up in the hospital, if you want internet or cable or anything of those sorts. They will charge you so much money for this because they're trying to find ways to make money. And so for all the little extras, all the little gratuities and stuff like that, they charge so much. Tests that used to be free aren't free anymore. You know, equipment, like if you need a cast or a brace or something like that, you can't just get one. They charge you for them now. It is getting so bad, and so many Canadians are just completely blind to what are happening. They're not paying attention. And I just keep on saying over and over, if my channel achieves nothing else, what I want it to do is just wake Canadians up to what is happening to our healthcare system. It shouldn't be like this. It really shouldn't. And so far too many people are just complicit with it being defunded and privatized. We need more rallies. We need protests. We need people speaking up and speaking out. We need people to start actually naming what the problem is, and that is the conservative governments. They're defunding it on purpose. The Liberal government made it so that it was very easy to do that through their own methods of altruism and things and neoliberal policies and stuff. So it's not like they were making it better. You know, they would keep some areas okay, but they would also do cuts here and there. We need a complete overhaul. We need to have the healthcare systems that Americans seem to think we have. Well, before recently when they started hearing about our long wait lists and things of that sort. I wish I had a bigger voice just for this, just for the healthcare element. It is so frustrating. And when I see family members and friends that are suffering because they can't get the healthcare they need. You know, because even something as simple as like, okay, a hip replacement, it isn't life-saving, so it can take years to get it. What about the quality of life for that person during that time? You know, why are we okay with that person not being able to work or go on a walk or hang out with friends the way that they normally could? Because it's not life-threatening. We have to do better in this country. We do. So I just want to let everyone know I am okay. Sure, we don't know what's causing it, but I feel fine today. And it's just the other thing that always gets to me when I have to go to the emergency room and I call my friends to let them know I'm there. one of the hardest things for me is to let them know it wasn't self-inflicted. Because I worry about that a lot too. That it wasn't my fault, whatever it is. Because there's still, not like I'm out of the woods in that category. And every time I have to go to the hospital, that's something that's in the back of my mind. That they're wondering if I did it to myself. So it's not something I enjoy doing. I don't want to go to the emergency room. And the fact that I called an ambulance within an hour just goes to show how completely horrible and sick I was feeling at the time. Like, I was just so sick. It came on so strong. Far worse than any other vertigo attack I've had before. So as far as I know, I'm fine. I'm fine right now. But, you know, if I could get seen by the specialist sooner, that might help clear things up. Anyway, so that's why I did not have a show on Tuesday like I expected. Anyway, let's get to the Sandbox. Teddy Cool loves the shirt. I think it looks good on me. You know, Majority Report people, come on. You can just have me on the show at least to just model off your apparel. Because they do a really poor job of wearing their own merch. And I don't know why that is, because back when I used to watch TYT, they were wearing their own merch all the time. I know, like, David Dole will wear his own shirt, the Letterhack will wear his own shirt. Like, it's a good way of showing off their merchandise, and you know, people see the mugs there all the time, so why not wear the outfits? I don't get it. Oh. Genie Bottle, 9 p.m. in the UK. Wow. Thank you for hanging out. This is probably going to be a longer stream, so hopefully you can stick with us. Uh, let's see. There will be Looney Tunes 9000. There will be no rescheduled date on that stream. For the one that I was planning to do with the letter hack, I believe he's off next week, not doing anything live. So I will try to do a redo on that particular stream that I was hoping to do with him, just whenever he's free next. Bad Lefty, aw, sweet lady, people can be great sometimes. Yeah, I really appreciate that, you know, so many people would just be willing to walk by and not look. And it does take a lot of courage to just ask somebody if they need help. And I really appreciate that she did that for me. Bad Lefty, apologies, but the dog could have heard Sandy out at least. Yeah, that would have been nice because I went to mention it and she kind of was like, I heard about it. It was just, sometimes I go in and see her and she's completely fine and attentive, but other times she's extremely dismissive. And I think a lot of it has to do with her workload and the mood she's in that particular day. It's so frustrating. I'm just hoping that all this blood work and stuff that I'm getting done all leads to the same issue. Genie Bottle, if everyone had same health system, it would be run so well just in case those who now have private had same as everyone else. Yeah, there's theories around that too, like in some European countries where private schools aren't even allowed. Their education system seems to be a lot better than places that do allow it, because then all the money gets invested because the rich people want the education system to be better for their kids, which then benefits the rest of the kids. So if everyone has to deal with the same healthcare system, regardless of wealth, then that healthcare system is going to work well because the rich people will see to it. Let's see. Roy says conservatives will take it away. They're trying to. There's already clinics here in Ontario that are private that people have to pay $5,000 to get better access to healthcare. $5,000 a year. And that goes against our Health Act, our Healthcare Act. But the federal government isn't doing their job in making sure this doesn't happen. They have the ability to crack down on provinces and they're not. And that's a liberal government. They just, it's like the liberals just let the conservatives chip away at it. And when they're in power, they just do nothing to really fix the system. They might, put back a couple things, but they don't do anything to actually fix it because in the end, they profit the same way the conservatives do. Genie Bottle, same here in UK. NHS underfunded, then pushed into accepting private finance loans. Cons trying to bring in US insurance system too. Yeah. And it's just because they talked about this on the Majority Report not too long ago, and I was trying to call in so that I could talk about that caller and what he was wondering about, countering what Americans say about Canadians and stuff. And one thing that they were mentioning is like ask a Canadian and if they prefer. And it's like, okay, I'm right here, area code. And the thing is that any average Canadian would say that they like our healthcare system, our universal healthcare, that they think it is, and that they would never want the American healthcare. But they're doing nothing to stop it from going that way. Like they're really asleep on this, that they're not aware that this is happening. Because for the vast majority of people, if you're generally speaking healthy, you only have to go to the doctor once in a while because of an issue. You don't know how bad it's getting. But if you have a chronic issue, if you're trying to get diagnosed with something, if you're in an emergency, if you're living with disabilities and all that sort of stuff, you really see how bad it's gotten. If you can't get a family doctor, then you know how bad it's getting. But the vast majority of Canadians don't see it yet. And by the time they do, it will be too late for so many people. Soul Life. I think I've been to a doctor once as an adult, and it was to appease my mom for a brief moment. I lived with her. She wanted me on antidepressants, and the doctor refused them, saying I had reason to be depressed. One of the things that I get frustrated with that is doctors will see, oh, yeah, you definitely have reasons to be depressed, but here's some medication to try to make you not think about it. They keep on trying to treat the symptoms without the core of the issues being treated. So then I'll never get healthy mental health wise. It's the medication just kind of makes some things manageable, but not all the time. Like I said, I worry about what friends and family think every time I go to the hospital as to why I'm going to the hospital. And there's been many times I've gone to the hospital for reasons of self-harm. And again, it's one of the things that if we had a similar system to the United States and it cost thousands of dollars every time I had to go to the emergency room, I would not go for those reasons. And any one of those times I didn't go could have been the time my mental health just became too much for me. So it is just having access to an emergency room is life-saving in so many ways. And that's why I say this healthcare system has saved my life 5 times over. And it's part of the reason why I'm fighting so hard for it. Because living a healthy life, just having that even footing with everyone else, that you have a chance to live a healthy life and what that does for you when it comes to participating in society and getting a job and having relationships and all that sort of stuff. It is so fundamental to society. And that's why I keep on fighting for it, because we all deserve to be happy and healthy at a bare minimum. So, like, I appreciated his lack of meds, to be honest. I didn't want to see the doc. Yeah, I always love when doctors will be like, "Oh, well, do you know if your medication is working?" And it's like, "Well, I'm not dead." Like, what's the alternative? I go off the antidepressants, and then it's like, "Oh, so it turns out that one, they were working, and without them, yeah." It's just, I'm still alive, so does that qualify the medication as working for me? I don't know. Oh. Anyway, I have a lot of like American news to cover, or not American, Canadian news that mirrors American news for reasons that we'll get into. But I just wanted to, after that, here's just something a little nice. Or, well, this part is frustrating. Abernathy should be damn grateful I'm not that, what's that senator's name? Uh, what is it? Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem. Abernathy should be so grateful I have a soul more than what Kristi Noem has, because I was thinking about doing this live stream yesterday at 6 p.m. But then I caught him just on time. And I tell you, if I was a Kristi Noem, there'd be a gravel pit nearby with a little bit of blood stain in it. That cat is driving me crazy. And so then I just went completely bonkers and did this. Kind of looks like a high school project, a high school art project of just like tinfoiled everything, sprayed it with the bitter spray. But I caught it just on time, so the lights are still working, thankfully. But that cat is driving me crazy. Oh, I just sat there and tinfoiled everything. But like this, part of it is I can't do anything because of Lanier, and Lanier and him get along so well, and it's like, I can't put this cat up for adoption when Lanier loves him so much. But they are sweet cats. Like, look at this tongue sticking out here. Just so cute. So cute. Look at that. Look at that. He drives me absolutely crazy, but he is a wonderful cat. Like, he is a sweetheart when he's not busy being passive aggressive. When he's not chewing through things he's not supposed to be chewing through. But look at that. They're just so cute. They are so cute. And then just moments like this with Lanier and Frodo makes my heart melt. That Frodo has a chance to be with his brothers. But it's Lanier. He's doing all the work here. Look at that face. He's so adorable. He's so cute. He looks like this all the time. Lanier, Lanier is such a sweetheart. Abernathy should learn something from him, but Abernathy is also a sweetheart when he's not chewing through wires. Thankfully, I caught him right before he chewed through the box light wire. And like I said, everything is now tinfoiled, like I am some sort of conspiracy theorist thinking that radiation is coming off of them and will affect my brain. Oh, cats. Love them. I love them. But but we need to get into a lot of Canadian news. This is part of the reason why I start so early. So let me just get things set up. What should we start with? Oh, so much, so much. How about we do the Canadians are just like Americans, sort of, when it comes to protests. Just on a smaller scale, I guess. Let's start with the pro-Palestinian university protests. How about that? So, we'll do this first.
Today in Canadian news.
Yes, today in Canada news, there has been growing encampments on universities here in Canada, across the country, for pro-Palestinians, protests wanting their universities to divest from funding Israel and weapons being used and all that sort of stuff. Like, all the protests that you're seeing down in the States, they're happening here, just on a much smaller scale, and so far a lot less violent, as in, from everything I've seen, there's been no violence, which is good, and ideally I want to keep it there. So I have a few clips on that, a few news stories, so let's get to it.
We're ready to stand our ground and fight for what we believe is right.
This is a scene at Montreal's McGill University. Dozens of tents have been erected on the school's property, with protesters camping out and calling on post-secondary institutions to cut ties with Israeli companies that they say are contributing to war in the Middle East.
Students have the right to protest, and this is very peaceful. There have been no instances of violence.
A demand that's also being made by student activists in the United States.
We are here to stay. We will not give up. We won't rest till you divest.
Across the border, hundreds have so far been arrested for occupying campus property, and as the movement escalates, Ontario universities are bracing for similar demonstrations. U of T has fenced off the front lawn around King's College Circle with signs that read, "These grounds are temporarily closed due to concerns of unauthorized activity." The university acknowledges that peaceful protests are central to campus and democratic life, but says there are limits. A letter went out to students on Friday stating U of T's lands and buildings are private property and that unauthorized activities such as encampments or the occupation of university buildings are considered trespassing. The University of Ottawa is taking a similar stance, and the Prime Minister is also weighing in.
Universities are places of learning. They're places for freedom of expression, freedom of thought, freedom of ideas, but that only works if people feel safe on campus. Right now, right across the country, Jewish students do not feel safe.
Fuck off, Justin. Come on. Oh my God, he makes me so mad. A lot of these protests are led by Jewish students and faculty. Okay, if Jewish people are not feeling safe on campus, that is their own baggage coming into it. They just feel uncomfortable. They are safe. But here's Justin Trudeau saying, oh, well, these protests, there has to be limits because it's making Jewish people feel unsafe. No, it's fucking not. Get your head out of your ass, Justin. I get so mad at this. It's like, oh, well, we respect people's freedom to, freedom of speech and to express themselves and to protest and blah, blah, blah. Only if you do it our way. Like, just, oh my God, he makes me so mad that he would do that. There have been no threats against Jewish people on these encampments. And they're not the ones that are in danger. They're not the ones being threatened. It's always the pro-Palestinian people under attack. And those pro-Palestinian people are quite often Jewish too. They're the ones under attack. We have students here that are standing up against genocide. But he doesn't actually address that. He doesn't actually, say what these students are protesting or acknowledge it in any way. Oh no, it's just making them feel unsafe on campus. Fuck off, Justin. Like, my God, that smug ass grin of his just drives me absolutely crazy. I just, it's not done. These protesters are not hampering student activity on campuses. They're not. Students are still free to go to class. They're not being harassed. They're just there to make a statement. And to have the Prime Minister come out and tell the people of Canada that these protests are threatening Jewish individuals is so gross. Just so unbelievably gross.
That's not right.
McGill University has now asked for police assistance to help dismantle the days-long occupation. At this point, it does not appear any protests are planned at U of T. Shauna Hunt, City News.
Meanwhile, when it comes to who the real threats are, so this was recorded at a recorded barely veiled verbal threat of violence against groups of people at the Toronto Police Service Board. Yes, this happened at a meeting in Toronto, at a police board meeting. We'll watch it. We'll watch it.
For you guys, and being undermined publicly is really gross. As a citizen born and raised in this city, it appears to me that this city is in a little bit of decline because you guys are being hamstrung at every turn. And I want to just give a little bit of a tidbit.
Mr.
I'm sure I'm going to get cut off of this.
again,
Everyone I know in my
I'm gonna
community is
stop the
getting
clock.
armed, which should scare everybody here. Everybody in my community, I'm in social networks with hundreds of people, are getting armed. They're all getting their firearms license because they see these
Mr.
pro-terror
Parsons,
protests.
I'm going to ask you to.
So in case you haven't been able to make this out so far, this guy here is saying that he knows so many people that are getting their firearms license and that sort of thing because they're getting ready to do what the cops aren't doing and fight back against these pro-terrorist protesters. He said this openly at the Toronto Police Board meeting. And the woman you can hear cutting in is just saying, "Can you please stay on topic?" But the people in tents on campuses, they're the threats? They're the terrorists? I don't think so. All of the violence we have seen so far have been towards the protesters. From Zionists, from the police, from pro-Israeli settler colonial people. Like, that is where all the violence has been directed so far. And again, Justin comes out and says, well, Jewish students might not feel safe on campus. Yeah, if they're part of these protests, they probably don't feel safe. Because of guys like this guy. Because of the police and how brutal the police can be when they decide to dismantle things. So far, there's no threats of them doing that. There's a few more videos to get into about this, but absolutely disgusting that it's always Justin saying that the pro-Palestinians are the threat. when there's guys like this openly speaking at a Toronto Police Board meeting?
Stop speaking
Unabated.
on other topics.
Anyway,
I
I
am
second what
interested
you
in
guys were
what you
saying.
have to say, but not at this point in time. And I think
So this video here was saying that this was happening at McGill, which is in Montreal, that nothing has happened in Toronto yet. There were signs and fences put up. Well, about that.
Well, this major field at U of T was blocked off to students starting over the weekend. The administration had put up some fencing. Well, students had stormed down that fencing early this morning at about 4 a.m. Take a look at it now. A bunch of encampments, dozens of tents set up. Students now occupying this portion of U of T campus. This is called King's College Circle. I'm told at about 4 a.m. students stormed down the fencing and put up tents for a peaceful demonstration. About 150 students and faculty here and more coming as the day goes on. Now, there's students monitoring the entrance of the encampment, only letting U of T students and faculty onto the grounds, making sure everyone's values are aligned, trying to avoid any strangers from coming in and avoiding any escalation during this process. Now, we also hear that faculty is here supporting students. Here's more.
There's a lot of faculty here. We wanted to make sure our students were safe, our students were heard, and just be presence and witness for the students in this action. But of course, we also support our students and their demands. And
I like these professors. These professors rock. Good on them.
as a Jewish faculty member, I felt it was really important to be here. I'm here with a lot of other Jewish faculty and a lot of Jewish students. We're here because we support.
So this Jewish faculty member and the other Jewish faculty members and the other Jewish students there that are part of these protests, they're making Zionists feel uncomfortable, Justin? Is that what your worry is? You're not worried about how uncomfortable they feel having to do this protest to try to stop a genocide? Is that it, Justin? You're not worried about how they feel. You're just worried about how the Zionists feel. Is that it? Just smug-ass politician he is.
Support absolutely the demands of the occupation, and we support Palestinian liberation and freedom.
We're still waiting for U of T to get back to us with a comment, but lots of security is around, just making sure this protest, this demonstration is remaining peaceful. Students say that they plan on being here for as long as it takes. They want their voices heard. They want the university to divest and cut ties with certain Israeli companies, and of course they say they want Palestine to be free. Meantime, MPP Sarah Jama, who's been very active in
Sarah Jama's amazing. We're going to get to some of her stuff.
Pro-Palestinian relations. She says that she's in support of all these demonstrations that are popping up across Canada. She says she'll be at McGill University today, followed by the University of Ottawa, and then later on this week, she's hoping to visit these students here on U of T campus. Jaden Lee Lincoln, Global News.
So, University of Toronto not clearing pro-Palestinian encampment for now. And this was just 2 days ago. So the University of Toronto says it will be letting an encampment set up early Thursday morning by pro-Palestinian protesters to stay for now as long as activities remain peaceful. And as you might be able to start to gather with all of this, that's what they're trying to do. You know, these protests are very organized. They have people who are kind of in charge, people to go speak to, spokespeople. They have certain etiquettes and protocols that they're following because, you know, they don't want incidences like what's happening in the States to happen here. And so as long as they stay peaceful, then Justin should also keep his mouth shut. Because a peaceful protest on a campus shouldn't be threatening to anyone unless, you know, they're internalizing it somehow and it's making them feel guilty that, you know, there's a country that is like bombing to death a population of people. Like, you know, it would be uncomfortable if you supported that genocidal regime. Huh, Justin? Oh, Ray, your daddy was still prime minister here when we had residential schools. Wonder why you're so willing to look the other way when another country commits genocide. The university has erected fencing to prevent an encampment there, but protesters got around it. Several police and vehicles quickly arrived on scene, but no clashes were reported throughout the day, despite some counter-protesters showing up. The protesters are calling for the university to divest from companies with military ties to Israel and cut ties with some Israeli universities. Yep, the number of protesters, and this is from Adrian, the number of protesters has grown considerably larger outside the pro-Palestinian encampment at UT. The university has told protesters they have until tonight to pack up and leave. Those I've spoken with say they're not leaving, and from what I gather, they have not yet. I think one university has, or is that just the one in the States that I'm thinking of, where they actually got some concessions, but let's hear from the people who are running it.
A student at the U of T. She's the official spokesman for the encampment on campus. Hey, Sarah, thanks for taking some time. I know it's busy, but it's good to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, the message you guys are trying to send here.
Yeah, I'd love to tell you about it. We have come together to demand that our institution align its investment practices and academic.
Also, just a note, Canadian media better than American media, because I don't think on too much American media you would get a spokesperson for the encampments to be able to go on one of the national news networks and be able to speak in a non-combative environment, to just be able to answer questions and say their piece. Just saying, I don't see that in American news too much. And I have my criticisms about Canadian media, but much like our healthcare, it's still far superior to American systems.
Partnerships with international law and human rights values. This is, of course, concerning the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Our ultimate goal is to urge U of T to be a leader in divesting from the oppression of Palestinians. We want our institution to listen to us, to acknowledge the gravity of the situation, and then, of course, to take meaningful steps towards justice. Divestment is not only achievable, but necessary. It has been done before for South African apartheid. It must happen again. We will not leave, like you mentioned, until our demands are met.
All right, the university's saying, you know, that's fine, but this is actually trespassing because it's private property. It's not a public park. How do you respond to that?
I say that while green spaces and campus lawns are touted as public spaces of recreation and community on orientation day and graduation day, they become privatized, militarized zones once university admin deem them so. The university admin is threatened by the student body applying pressure and mobilizing, by the student body coming together and vocalizing what they all agree on collectively. But we do believe that the university still has the room to do the right thing. Like I mentioned, they can still be leaders in divesting from Israeli apartheid. They can still do that. But at the end of the day, this is our campus, and we will take up space if they ignore our calls, which they have been doing for 6+ months now.
What happens if the police are called in to enforce the law?
We will not be leaving. Again, this is not just starting now. For the past 6 months, we have used all of the channels available to us to push for divestment, all of the soft approaches. The university has completely ignored our point of view. This encampment is not meant to make anybody feel unsafe. It is University of Toronto students who are permanently demonstrating to get the university to consider our view seriously. What we are talking about is the impact of genocide, the worst case of famine the world has seen in recent times. Still, the University of Toronto continues to invest in the state of Israel. The fact that innocent children are being killed and we are protesting should not make anybody feel unsafe, not Muslim students, not Jewish students, not Hindu students, not Christian students. From a principled perspective, all students should come and join us and stand together in solidarity with the Palestinians who are suffering on ground, and institutional complicity is necessary in this entire system. Without
like, all of this is so great. And how often do you see this on American news? To be able to say all of this without being interrupted, without being saying, but Hamas. We need more of this still. This is great. Like, yes, all that she's saying, yes.
Institutional complicity, what is going on in specifically the genocide, would not be possible. We must come together and protest it in numbers.
U of T might say, Sarah, look, we're not going to decide university policy based on a group of student activists. It doesn't work that way.
Well, to that, we say that they should be principled in precedent. In the past, they have divested from things like I mentioned, South African apartheid. So why not apply that same principle to Palestinians? It makes no sense. They should be, following their own precedent, their own divestment principles that they have carried in the past.
You talked about nobody should feel threatened on campus, but we do know some students have said they do feel threatened and they feel uncomfortable. They're worried about their public safety. They just want to go to class. They want to get their grades. They want to graduate. They don't want to get involved in this, and they don't.
Okay, you guys saw the video footages of the encampments that you saw there. It's not exactly in people's face. It's easy to walk around them. They're not blocking off anything. So how does having some tents in the middle of the field make you feel uncomfortable? It's probably the messaging behind it that's making you feel uncomfortable. If it's, again, if you're a Zionist or pro-genocide, yeah, it would make you uncomfortable, but we saw it's not impeding anyone's access to the universities. There's plenty of room to walk around them. Like, why would anybody be feeling uncomfortable around that? You don't want to participate? Don't participate. Just go to class.
Don't often feel welcome or comfortable. How would you characterize that? Because you said that everybody's welcome.
Yeah, 100%. So we're not obstructing any pathways for folks to go to class. We're in the middle of King's College Circle, now the People's Circle for Palestine, without diminishing the experience of other students. The public outcry of not feeling safe, we do hold, is an attempt to push the university and law enforcement to limit and silence the student body. We have published a code of conduct which prohibits any harassment of anybody, no matter who they are, what their identity is. There is no physical risk to safety. If folks do feel unsafe, it is because they hold, like you mentioned, a different point of view. Every university campus have different points of views. Our encampment does not in any way say that others cannot do their own protests. Universities are spaces for all kinds of views, but if students do still feel unsafe because they hold other views, we urge them to go and seek help, mental health resources, the Health and Wellness Center at the U of T St. George campus.
I kind of love this. It's like, well, if Zionists are upset by seeing us, they should go get help. They should go get their mental health checked. I kind of love that.
Campus, nobody should feel unsafe. We're not obstructing any pathways to classrooms. But at the end of the day, we do believe that the public outcry of feeling unsafe is just an excuse to take away from this very legitimate movement and protest that is taking place on campus after 6 months of unresponsiveness from this institution.
Sarah Rasick joining us. Hey, Sarah, thanks for taking time today to join us. Give us your take on what's going on here on CTV News.
And then there's also, Aaron McKee, one of the protest organizers of UOT, say demonstrators are looking for long-term commitments from the university to divest from Israel. If they want this encampment cleared, they could make a commitment to divest.
We're interested is a commitment from the University of Toronto to divest from Israeli apartheid. So the University of Toronto has divested before. They divested from South African apartheid in 1988. They divested from fossil fuels in 2021. They have an ethical investments policy. So really all we're asking is for them to adhere to that policy, which is a pretty easy ask, honestly. And if they want this encampment cleared, that's what they could do. They could make a commitment to divest.
Nice, clear, simple. It's like, if you want this protest to end, this is how you do it.
Really what we're interested
in. They have, like, what they're asking for is not unreasonable. They're just asking to divest and follow similar steps that they've done in the past with other, like with South Africa. That's all they're asking. They're not asking, for the university to make a statement condemning genocide. They just want the university, the money that they're paying to the university, to not go towards, the Israeli cause of genocide and weapons and Israeli institutions and all that sort of stuff. Well, we heard that one statement from the Prime Minister already. This was said a little bit later on at a press conference. He was asked about it. Well, yeah. Well, listen. So it starts right around here.
is joined by Deputy PM Chrystia Freeland. They're taking some questions from reporters right now. Let's listen.
Go on out after university or college and lead the world are a core part of what campuses are all about. At the same time, we need to make sure that as part of that, everyone can feel safe on campus. Whether you're a Jew,
They do.
Jewish student, whether you're Palestinian, whether you have strong feelings on one side or the other.
You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of the Palestinians don't feel safe when their academic career may be on the line because they speak out against what Israel is doing. Or students that get harassed by teachers and media and get, singled out by Zionists and attacked for being pro-Palestinian. I'm pretty sure they have reason to be afraid. Because these are actual things that have happened recently.
And on that, we have to trust both universities to manage their campuses right and local police of jurisdiction to do their work to make sure that everyone is safe.
Follow up. So I take it, do you just think the police should decide whether they should be removed or not? Are you concerned about violence, as we've seen in the United States, a conflict between different sides? It sounds like you don't really want to weigh in one way or another about whether they should stay.
Well, I have been weighing in on this issue of the angst, the anguish, the anger, the fear that Canadians have been feeling for months and months and months since the October 7th attacks that have led to feelings of deep uncertainty in the Jewish community around the rise of anti-Semitism, but also deep, deep concerns amongst the Muslim communities around the humanitarian catastrophe that's going on in Gaza right now, and the rise in Islamophobia. These are things that are...
Who, Justin? Who is causing that humanitarian crisis? Huh? You mentioned October 7th, and you mentioned how, that made Jewish people feel unsafe. But what has happened since? What is causing that humanitarian crisis? Has he ever even said it? That Israel has killed, 40,000 innocent people? Has he once condemned that and outright said it? Has he said anything about the millions of people being starved and dislocated? What the fuck, Justin? Why can't you say it? God damn it, he makes me so mad. That he focuses in on, October 7th made, Jewish people feel unsafe and stuff, and then there's this other humanitarian thing going on in Gaza that we should be worried about. What's causing it? Say it, Justin. Say the Israeli government is bombing the hell out of Gaza and slaughtering innocent people. You can say it, Fuck off, Justin. He makes me so fucking mad.
Challenging for a diverse and pluralistic society like Canada to deal with, but we must, and we do that through conversations, we do that through
conversations, but don't protest the way that we don't want you to.
Making sure that everyone is protected, that laws are enforced, that people take on their responsibilities to create spaces for conversation in which everyone can feel safe. And nowhere is that more important, that everyone can feel safe having a full range of conversations and debate and dialogue and challenges than on university and college campuses.
Next question.
What a smug, arrogant prick. Like, is it any wonder why people really dislike him, regardless if you're on the far left or the far right? My God, I just, to sit there with that pretentious attitude of we're in the right, we're holier than thou, while talking about the humanitarian crisis. Oh, but the rise in anti-Semitism because of October 7th. We got to focus on that. We got to give that much more weight and coverage than we do talk about the humanitarian crisis, without even mentioning what's causing the crisis. Like, what's causing it, Justin? Huh? What's causing it? You can say it with your outside voice. It makes me so mad. So mad. And I'm just so glad that we have other politicians that, you know, really, I'm looking forward to making Canada a dictatorship and Sarah Jama to be that dictator. So here's Sarah Jama. Over the next few days, I intend to make it to as many campus encampments as I can to be in solidarity with students protesting for an end to genocide, heading to McGill today, then U of Ottawa, then hopefully U of T and some others. And so on her way to McGill, stay safe, y'all. Looping back to U of T soon. When it comes from her, it's real, because she participated in protests before she ran for office. She was even arrested for protesting at an encampment being destroyed by the Hamilton police. Like, she's the real deal when it comes to speaking out on behalf of people, showing, you know, spine. Like, Justin Trudeau is such a spineless little weasel. To try to find that middle ground, to try to both sides, he's trying so hard to both sides things that he just stays right in the middle and doesn't give anything aside. Like, he is so wishy-washy and conscientious of what he's saying, because everything he does is about scoring political points. Where Sarah Jama's like, fuck that, I'm going to the protest. I'm going to show up in person and show my solidarity that way. That is what we need in our politicians. We need far more of this. So she's also the same one that was kicked out of Queen's Park, that's the Ontario legislator, because she was wearing a keffiyeh. And that got banned, of course, because it's too political. And so she got kicked out of Queen's Park for it. Again, real actions that she's doing, and the fact that she was the only one to do that, and all of her white privileged colleagues said nothing. They did nothing. They didn't walk out in solidarity with her. Says a lot. Well, the attack about that wasn't over. This is so incredibly racist and insensitive. This is from the National Post. This is a national magazine outlet here in Canada, supposed to be news, national news outlet in Canada, has this headline from Jonathan Kay. Just ignore Sarah Jama's keffiyeh. Next, she'll be wearing a turban. Wow. So racist. In a national paper to say that. Okay, Sarah is Muslim. She wears a hijab because that's what she wants to do to express, you know, her religion. That's her choice. She's wearing a keffiyeh in support and solidarity of the people who are being harmed. She's not wearing it for performative bullshit actions like you see from most other politicians. She's sincere in her beliefs, and she's willing to go to bat for them. She's willing to get kicked out of the house for them. She's willing to go to their encampments and talk with them. And for this fucktard to come on here and say, oh, just ignore that she's doing all this stuff because, you know, next thing, she'll be wearing a turban. So racist. and that this is allowed in a national newspaper. And where's the pushback? But this, I've talked about the National Post plenty of times because they are horrible. You know, when it comes to trans issues, when it comes to Zionism and their support of Zionism. But just again, to give you a clear idea of how bad and right-wing and horrible this magazine is, there was this. So this white supremacist is the first person convicted in Canada under terrorism law, sentenced to life, fueled by hatred. He murdered a Muslim family, and this racist rag, the National Post, uses this photo and headline. Everyone who writes for this rag is problematic. I've covered this story. He ran his vehicle into a family of people based solely on their skin color. And he was actually charged with terrorism. This was a hate crime. Like this guy says, the first person convicted under Canada terrorism laws. Clear-cut case of this is a hateful person who purposely murdered this family in a brutal, brutal way, based solely on his hatred of them. And this is what the National Post has. This man convicted of killing London Muslim family with truck plans to appeal. Look at that good old Canadian boy there. Goes fishing. This good old Canadian white boy. Look at that straight cut young man right there. Let's not focus on, you know, the family he tore apart or anything. It's just no. Man convicted, but he's going to appeal. This man convicted of killing London Muslim family with truck. But this good old boy here is planning on appealing. That is what the National Post is. It is a crying shame that they're allowed to be a national newspaper, because we do not have freedom of speech in Canada. We don't. There are things against hate crimes and hate laws and hate speech and all that sort of stuff. How there isn't more pushback against the National Post blows my mind. With the amount of harm they're causing, with the amount of lies they spread. It just... like they shouldn't, at a bare minimum, they should just not be considered news. Just some sort of tabloid rag. Opinion piece rag. Drives me crazy that this is allowed. Oh, yeah, here's Jagmeet Singh. Remember him? He's a politician here in Canada too. Leader of the NDP. And he says, I stand in solidarity with students and anti-war advocates. What is happening in the US right now is very dangerous and alarming. In Canada, I want students to know this. It is your right to peacefully protest, and I will defend that. New Democrats will continue to stand for peace and justice, for protection of your charter rights, and for ensuring every student feels safe and welcome on campus. Like, I know he's federal NDP. But the provincial NDP that they have close ties to are the ones that kicked Sarah Jama out of caucus for saying there should be a ceasefire and that, you know, the Palestinians shouldn't be slaughtered because of October 7th. Where is his pushback on that? On her freedom of speech? Where is he looking to the Ontario NDP and saying, yeah, that was a bad move? Maybe you should have reinstated her and not treated her so horribly? And you think he's going to show up at these protests and say anything? Unlikely. He's not the type to kind of get there with the crowds. He'll march in the Pride Parade, you know, he'll do something like that, but going to an actual protest? Again, just the leaders of our parties are so spineless. We'll get into Pierre Poilievre and how completely horrible he is too. But I swear, if it wasn't for the silver spoons that have been shoved up their ass, there'd be nothing propping their back up. And then we have some people that are just totally offended by all the hatred they're getting for being a Zionist. And so here's James Pasternak, Toronto City Councillor, says, my office was targeted with hateful messaging late last night. Hate crimes like this hurt us all. And again, this is part of the reason why you're seeing a rise in anti-Semitism. No doubt there is a rise in actual anti-Semitism, but when you see things like, here are pictures of the dead children, free Palestine, ceasefire now, when that's getting lumped in with anti-Semitism, it does what's happening to people who are actually getting harmed a disservice. It dilutes what it means for anti-Semitism to be inflicted upon people. This is not anti-Semitic. Like, oh no, the horror of things taped to a door that could easily come down. No. People that should be alive today. No, how dare you put that on my door? It's not like, you know, a strong breeze couldn't knock these down. You know, Palestine will never die. Ooh, so vile. Look at that. Just look at the horror. Oh, and you can see on chalk, so, you know, a good rain will get rid of this, but genocide deniers. Is apparently, if you say that they're genocide deniers, that's being anti-Semitic. Yeah, just Joy replying to that saying, James, take a deep breath and take a step back. You're a politician whose office has been posted with postcards of pictures of beautiful children who should be alive today. You are not a victim. Yes, sir, you are not a victim. And then you also have the mayor here. Who is he mayor of? He's mayor of Hampstead, town of Hampstead. That says a lot there. I stand with Israel. That's something a mayor of Canada should be putting up on their Twitter page. Given the recent behavior of the pro-Palestinian group, Canada should reconsider its immigration plan for Gazans. Their values seem incompatible with ours, and I have no desire to welcome more hatred into our country. Fuck you. So far, no Gazans have made it over on the special program of 1,000 visas that were granted to get them out of that horrendous condition that they're in. None of them have actually made it over so far. And their values seem incompatible with ours. How's that? How are being victims of a genocide not compatible with your values? Like, what are, oh, right, okay, I get it. You're saying everyone in Gaza is Hamas. Okay, then that statement makes a lot more sense if that's what you're saying. That all those little kids and babies being blown apart, they're Hamas. Absolutely disgusting, mayor. And it's like the recent behaviors of the pro-Palestinian groups. We've seen them. They do peaceful protesting. I've seen one of their protests be attacked by a guy with a nail gun, a Zionist with a nail gun. He attacked them. I've seen other hatred and vitriol launched towards the pro-Palestinian group. I haven't seen them be violent or hateful towards other people. Like, even just posting this, kind of hateful towards Palestinians. Just saying, this is a very hateful, bigoted statement that you're putting out there. And Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, this racist screed from the mayor of Hampstead is truly beyond the pale. The rejection of immigrants from Gaza combined with the charge of incompatible values is a clear-cut case of anti-Palestinian racism that echoes some of the darkest periods of Canadian history. Resign. Yes, that would be nice. If he did, he's not going to. Oh, and we got more whining here. So Goldie here, known right-wing MPP, just horrible person. of the Progressive Conservative Party. Spotted at the U of T encampment. Doesn't seem very two-state solutionary to me. Seems very Hamasy instead, especially if you're read their charter. Free Palestine. It says Free Palestine. That's so Hamasy there. Especially if you read their charter. Oh, are you talking about the charter that was like from a decade ago where there were some really not good things in it, but has since been updated to remove those not good things? Is that the charter? Like hey Goldie, have you actually read their current charter? Have you read what's currently in their charter? I don't think so. I don't think so. But yeah, just look at this, how vicious this sidewalk chalk is. Very Hamasy to have sidewalk chalk that says Free Palestine. Doesn't seem very two-state solutionary. And I'm not keen on the two-state thing myself, so I'd be fine if they said we don't want a two-state solution at this point. Yeah, and Joy just replying to that saying, some days even I am shocked at the state of buffoons who are elected as representative. Hamasy is what is this timeline. Oh, and not to be forgotten, Anthony Housefather. I've covered him before. He is the most Zionist of Zionisty Zions in the Liberal Party, who is proudly Zionist. That is just a complete and utter piece of shit. Anthony Housefather, one of Parliament's most diminutive MPs, both physically and morally, is also the MP that the CIJA has lobbied most at the stunning 67 times in 8 years. It's worth keeping in mind that when seeing statements like this, and the CIJ, somebody mentioned it before, but I'm horrible at remembering acronyms, is... the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. It's a very Zionist organization. Well, he had to comment on these university protests that are happening.
I have watched in horror what is happening at Columbia University and other U.S. schools, where it seemed that university administrations were incapable of acting when their codes of conduct were being violated, and where other students were being denied the right to feel safe on campuses.
Yeah, I also watched in horror as to what was happening on the Columbia University, you know, when all the peaceful protesters were being brutally assaulted by outside actors in the police, when they were being sprayed with different gases, when they were being beaten by people. I watched that in horror. They definitely were not feeling safe on campus. I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
Having peaceful demonstrations is a protected charter right.
They were peacefully protesting. They weren't the ones that were being violent.
In Canada, and a right under the Bill of Rights in the United States. But setting up encampments on college campuses is a violation of pretty much every code of conduct.
It's pretty much what every student body has done since the beginning of universities to call attention to issues. It's not like this is a novel thing.
Including that of McGill University, Section 7. And today, an encampment was set up at McGill. I call upon the McGill administration in public, as I have in private, to make sure that this encampment is removed according to their own rules, given that we need to make sure that other students feel safe accessing campus for their final exams that are coming up. I call upon McGill to get the help of the Montreal Police, which are under the authority of the City of Montreal.
That is almost threatening. Like you've seen, he has seen what's happened in the States when the police got involved. Is that what he wants to happen to the students at McGill? To have them brutally assaulted and arrested for peacefully protesting? Like it's almost threatening to say we're going to get the police involved in this to forcefully remove students from, practicing their freedom of speech, freedom of protest rights that we do have here in Canada.
And I call upon Mayor Plante to do everything she can and her administration to do everything they can to assist the university in this regard. And universities are under the authority of the provincial government. So to the extent that somebody needs to step in, I am asking the Quebec government to do so. We need to make sure that all of our students are safe on campus, and an encampment at McGill is entirely unacceptable, whoever is doing it.
You mean like all the Jewish faculty members and students who are doing it? Is that what you mean by whoever? All the non-Zionist Jewish people that are involved? But here's a handy little Wikipedia page for people who are interested that has a list of the pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses in 2024. And so if we go down to Canada, so far we have on April 22nd, students set up an encampment at the University of Alberta in Edmonton, McGill University in Montreal. We have Concordia Université du Québec à Montréal, SPVM, police officers of the SPVM, monitored. Okay, so that's a special police thingy. University of British Columbia in Vancouver. Then there's also University of Ottawa, University of Victoria, Vancouver Island University, University of Western Ontario, University of Toronto. Keep it up. Keep it up. Those are a lot of good universities right there too. Back to the main screen. Whew, got a little heated in that one, huh? Justin Trudeau just so pisses me off. But I'd still rather him in than Pierre Poilievre. No good options, just the least worst option. Just least worst option is what I'm going for. Okay, let's check the Sandbox and then we'll get on to the next topic. Let's see. Liz Hyink, do Canadians risk losing voting rights? There is a bill in the states of Illinois where the DNC will be that risk felony charges for being voting rights are far more protected here in Canada. They don't risk losing their voting rights for protesting or for going to jail. There's actually programs to make sure that people in prisons can vote. So there's no risk of them losing the right to vote here. Bad Lefty, I tried to see things from Trudeau's point of view, but I couldn't fit my head up his arsehole too. Bad Lefty, there is his name and picture. Surely that should stop him getting a license. I'd check out that social network activity too. Oh, you're talking about the guy that was at that the police board meeting. They do know his name. It was announced. I went to the full YouTube video just because I wanted to make sure that it was a real thing. And on the official YouTube page for this the police board, it is in there. It's a 5-hour-long video. It's in the middle somewhere. And so his name is stated. People do know who he is. Let's see. Bad Lefty, a big shout out to the First Nations groups who have given their endorsement to the students' protests and told cops they are not needed. Been seeing a lot of solidarity. And a lot of settlers here not understanding some similarities between the settler colonialism issues between Israel and Canada. A lot of them will say things about like, oh, the Palestinians, you know, you shouldn't be occupying their land, you shouldn't be doing without you know, looking out around what's happening here. They tend not to notice that so much, because then it gets uncomfortable. Grand Theft Autobot, wow, look how violent they are. So violent. Riots are out of control. Sarcasm, as you can see by my face as well. Oh. Genie Bottle, but Nazis have feelings too. It might cry if you tell them they're on the evil side. I have a lot of compassion and empathy, but even that has a limit. If I see a Nazi cry, I don't feel bad for them, no matter the reason that they're crying. Bad Lefty, and also a big shout out to the professors and staff, given their backing and protection to the students. Yes, a lot of great professors that are participating in this. Pranay? Last residential school closed 2 years after I graduated high school in 1996. Yes. There were still residential schools running when I was old enough that had I been Indigenous, I would have been put into a residential school. So many Canadians are just not willing to acknowledge the history here. Let's see. Melanie Dennis, parents and students and anybody else should start economically avoiding colleges and private institutions to start and then work our way up to more drastic measures. I think what you're saying is that people should start not going to places that support Zionism and sending money to that aren't divesting, I guess. I think that's what you're saying. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, boycotting, yeah. The anti-corporatist, is there a Canadian equivalent of AI PAC? I think I just showed you it's the CIJA. I think those are similar organizations, if I'm understanding what APAC is. Grand Theft Autobot is agreeing with me. Let's see. Lots of comments. Thank you everyone for being so active in the sandbox. Looney Tunes 9000 says Sandy is right again. I'm not sure what that's in relation to, so I'm just assuming everything. Oh. Looney Tunes 9000, remember, Sandy may not be able to pronounce your name or username correctly when shouting you out, so your username, be patient, please. Yeah, I know why you just suddenly remembered to put that in there. I was struggling to say some people's names. Oh. Okay, let's see what is next on the docket. Because I have a few things that I wanted to get to. So not that. Do we go to this one? Or that's last. We just did that one. Oh my God, have I only gone through one of these so far? There's still so much to go through. I knew this was going to be a long stream and I'm already hungry. Let's go with this one. Recently in the news, actually while I was in the emerge in the hospital, this was breaking. Was able to keep my mind off of things when I was coherent enough to actually look at my phone. There was a police chase on the highway 401, which resulted in the tragic death of 4 people. And it's a horrible story. And when you start reading into it, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And tell you, this one, it hits home. It hits home when you know the places that this happens. You know, I know this highway. I've been on this highway tons and tons of time. And so many people and innocent people died because the police felt miffed. We'll get into it. Ugh. So yes, this is just from earlier in this week. On a highway at faster than highway speeds, the police were chasing a suspect who had stolen a couple liquor bottles from the LCBO the wrong way down the highway. So here's another footage of the crash on Highway 401 near Highway 412 in Whitby, Ontario. So that there's the van that was involved being chased. And these are vehicles that are going in the opposite direction. So this person here is in the fast lane of the 401. So is probably doing 120, 130 kilometers. And this van passed by them like they were going 90. So I'm assuming they're going 150, 160.
You all don't fuck around today! Holy fuck, man!
And there are the police cars. Going the wrong way on the highway after this van. Not one, there were multiple police cars speeding the wrong way down the highway. And it resulted in this.
The Special Investigations Unit is still looking into the circumstances that led to Monday's fatal crash, but have released more details about the lives lost. The SIU says 2 grandparents and a 3-month-old grandchild died and that the grandparents were visiting from India.
The parents of the baby were also in the car. In this crash, they lost their parents and their baby. So it was the 2 grandparents, the 3-month-old, and the suspect who was fleeing the police died in this.
The parents of the baby were also in the car at the time of the crash. They were both taken to hospital with the mother suffering serious injuries. 2 men were in the cargo van that led police on the dangerous wrong-way highway chase. The 21-year-old driver died at the scene. There was also a 38-year-old man in the car who was badly hurt. The SIU has not released information about the protocols followed or not followed by Durham police during the pursuit.
So this is an important point here. The protocols followed and not followed. In Canada, if it's more dangerous to chase the person than to let the person go, you let the person go. That's how it's supposed to work here in Canada. That, you know, if some maniac is driving the wrong way on the highway, you stop the pursuit to get them to go off the highway. You don't chase them onto the highway in the wrong direction.
He was being chased by one, now 3 more cop cars are coming.
Yeah, there was actually 11 Durham Regional Police in the the eastbound.
Okay, this is not related at all to this story, but I can't unsee it, and it's kind of bugging me. Did she purposely wear a shirt to color code the same as the bumper? A yellow shirt with little black shoulder thingies? It like matches the bumper perfectly. Was that intentional by one end or the other? Like, that is just really spot on matching there. I know it's not related to the story at all, and it's probably really inappropriate for me to even mention it in such a horrific story, but I can't not see it either.
In the wrong direction, every single one of them.
Mila Burkett wants answers and accountability. She was driving along the 401 when it all went down and was nearly struck.
Oh my God! I almost got hit.
And just suddenly this van appeared in front of me, like it was actually the lane to my right, and started coming into my lane.
Her dash cam capturing the wild pursuit. In it, you can see several Durham police vehicles giving chase in the wrong direction, and several OPP officers driving in the right direction on the other side of the median.
A lot of people, when they're in near, I don't know, death experiences, they say that, you know, they see their lives flashing in front of them before. I didn't have time for that. There was no time. There was just a and move.
Burkett was shocked to find out that all of those police vehicles were chasing a man for an alleged robbery attempt at this LCBO in Bowmanville. She questioned.
4 people died because of some bottles of liquor. But there's a little bit more to it. We'll get to it in a moment.
Questions why Durham police didn't use their helicopter. It's unclear if the chopper was deployed. Police can't comment while they're being investigated. Durham police did tell CBC Toronto this in March.
Our unit can be up in the air within 2 minutes and heading to that call.
Police have said the crash happened roughly 20 minutes after the LCBO robbery. Last year, Durham police released this video of another highway pursuit following an LCBO robbery in Clarington. In that situation, police vehicles stopped pursuit once air support was brought in. Meanwhile, the SIU says 2 subject officials and 4 witness officials have been designated as part of the investigation.
It seems, based on what we know so far, that this was a totally mindless pursuit.
Howard Morton used to head the province's police watchdog.
In any SIU investigation, the SIU director decides who are the subject officers that may be guilty of a criminal offense. The subject officers will be asked to be interviewed and asked for their notes. The subject officers do not need to agree to an interview.
Morton says the SIU will be looking at several driving offenses and perhaps criminal negligence causing death. Dale Manukduk, CBC News, Toronto.
I hope there's charges. Like, there better be charges in this. Because it's not even just the chase. It's that police chasing suspect before deadly crash on Highway 401, before deadly Highway 401 crash in Whitby had been called off. But the pursuit continued, internal report says. So there were people on the police force that were like, oh, this is not good. This is bad. It needs to be called off. But for some reason, it didn't stop them. They continued the pursuit on the wrong way of the highway after this guy who stole a couple bottles of liquor, resulting in the death of 4 people. Just after 8 p.m. Monday, the man driving the U-Haul cube van hit another oncoming car east of Highway 412 in Whitby, killing 4, a baby, the infant's grandparents, and the male suspect the police have been chasing. Well, A fifth person was taken to hospital. So far, I've not seen any details on this male suspect, and this will become important in just a little bit. Like, I haven't, nothing about their name, who they are, nothing. So minutes before Monday's fatal head-on collision on Highway 401, Durham Regional Police officers pursuing a suspect in a cube van were called off by the supervisor, but continued to give chase, driving the wrong way down the roadway, according to an internal police document seen by the Star. As the van careered down one of Canada's busiest highways, cars desperately swerving out of the way to avoid disasters, officers driving marked police cruisers continued their pursuits, lights and sirens flashing, in an attempt to stop the suspect before the chase ended in tragedy. Again, I'm on these highways a lot. In Canada, we speed all the time. So normal highway speed is about 120. If you're in one of the faster lanes, it's about 120 kilometers an hour. I think that's like, what, 80 miles an hour or something like that? I don't know. I don't do the math. This is a Canadian show, so learn metric. So if you're driving at 120 clicks, and then there's a car coming at you that's doing what, 160? The amount of time you have to respond to that is almost non-existent. Basically, it is just luck that more people weren't killed. And for anyone who wasn't hit, it was just luck. And there was no other way this was going to end than in tragedy. And that's why it needed to be called off, because that was the only way this would end. This was a terrible situation for the public and the police. The suspect was on the highway. This was a move by an absolute maniac. One of the officers involved in the incident wrote in an internal report seen by the Star. So you have here that they were called off. You have here how dangerous it was. You have here the fact that there are protocols against this type of chase to begin with. But for some reason, the police that were involved with it kept at it. And I think I know why. In this article here that I read while I was in the hospital, baby and grandparents killed in wrong way Highway 401 crash caused by fleeing driver, SIU. A police chase which started at a liquor store in Bowmanville Monday night ended in tragedy some 20 minutes later when a suspect fleeing police entered Highway 401 in the wrong direction and caused a pileup which killed an infant and the child's grandparents, as well as the suspect, investigators said. Officers with the Durham Police responded to a robbery at an LCBO near the Green Road and Highway 2 at around 7:50 p.m. after they were alerted to the incident by an off-duty officer. So the police were alerted about this theft by an off-duty officer. According to a police source who spoke to CP24, an off-duty Durham police officer noticed the robbery in progress and confronted a male suspect who then brandished a knife. At that point, the source says, the off-duty officer alerted police. And there you have it. A police officer was threatened. An off-duty police officer felt slighted by this person. And this person had to pay for what he did, no matter what. The fact that he had the gall to brandish a knife at this police officer, of course, off duty and wearing plainclothes, he wouldn't even know. And that, I suspect, is why this whole thing happened, was an ego. A cop's ego was bruised. 4 people, 2 generations of one family, gone because a police officer was upset that somebody disrespected him. I strongly, strongly suspect that was the reason why this happened. Because a lot of people say, oh, it was the suspect who stole the alcohol. Okay, it's a couple bottles of liquor. It's not worth the risk. You know what? Should they have stolen it? No. Do I care? Not really. I care about the people getting hurt trying to stop it. Like, it's just, you know, the suspect, the person who stole the alcohol, is only responsible so far, but the police who then agitated the situation, escalated the situation, you know, chased the suspect down the wrong way on a highway, as opposed to just letting him go, because at that point, they most likely had his license plate of the U-Haul. They most likely at the liquor store had video footage of him. There were other ways of getting this guy. But no, since he brandished a knife at an off-duty officer, well, that's just uncalled for. And this is from Bridget on Twitter. See how he spins the heartbreaking story to fit his political agenda. Pierre Poilievre has managed to garner right-wing extremists thanks to his hateful rhetoric. Canada would be doomed to elect this man as prime minister. We will be doomed. So this is talking about this accident, and it is
Canada's biggest city. In Canada's biggest city, gun crime is up 66%. It's 100% nationwide. I just shared the tragic story of someone out on bail slamming his car into an innocent family.
Remember what I said earlier about there's no information about the suspect? The man that was killed in the accident? There's no information released about him? I've been looking, other people on Twitter have been looking. Nobody can confirm this guy was actually off on bail. Nobody knows who he is. Pierre Poilievre just lied about that for political points.
Car into an innocent family. 2 wonderful grandparents dead. A beautiful baby dead. He was out on bail under the Prime Minister's catch and release C-75.
Again, we don't actually know that.
How many more will have to die before he repeals catch and release and brings jail, not bail, for repeat offenders?
That's the common sense conservatives right there for you. There is, like I said, there's nothing out there that says this guy was actually out on bail. We don't know that. And he mentioned Bill C-75. So if we go here, that's the legislative background and act to amend the criminal code to the Youth Criminal Justice Act and other acts to make consequential amendments to blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we'll just scooch down here. Oh, bail. The bail system is intended to ensure that A, persons charged with a criminal offense will attend court to answer to the charge, B, the accused will not pose a risk to public safety prior to the trial, and C, confidence in the criminal justice system is maintained with respect to whether or not the accused is detained in the time period before the trial. Where there are concerns that any of these objectives would be met if the accused were released after arrest, police can detain the accused and bring them before a justice where they will have a right to a bail hearing to determine if they should be released. When releasing an accused, police or courts can impose certain conditions that the accused are required to follow until the end of their trial. The challenges facing the criminal justice system, specifically regarding remand and overrepresentation of Indigenous persons and accused from vulnerable groups who are traditionally disadvantaged in obtaining bail, call for a careful look at Canadian bail law. As noted earlier, Statistics Canada reported that 60% of adults in provincial territorial correctional facilities and 59% of youth in custody were denied bail on remand. That doesn't sound like catch and release to me. It actually specifically says that if they think this person is a threat, to not let them out. But Pierre Poilievre lied for brownie points, for racist cookie points, for his base. And that dipshit is most likely going to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. And just to give you an idea of what the Toronto police are, what the police state in Canada is like. This is from BlogTO on Twitter. Toronto police say they're investigating this video that shows officers kicking a man on the TT subway.
Do I even know what is there? That brother? Yeah. These officers, these men, I walk. Stop. That's enough.
Huh. Yeah, they're investigating him. Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like to me. Oh, what's this? More police? Toronto police officer dismissed for misconduct after tribunal finds that he assaulted cyclists, sent insulting messages to superiors. Yeah, that's the kind of people that we have in the police forces here. A police constable has been fired from the Toronto Police Service, TPS, after being found guilty of 8 counts of misconduct in connection with several incidents over a 4-year period, including the arrest of a cyclist in 2017, which he was later convicted of assault causing bodily harm. The only reason why this actually got as far as this person being dismissed was, if we go down here, oh, where is it? It's this part here. That's why. He sent insulting messages to his superiors. Had he not done that, then chances are he would have never been dismissed. And this is the type of quality of policing that we get from them. Toronto police didn't investigate. 38 hours later, they found this woman dead in a room with her alleged killer. 3 officers are facing misconduct charges, including neglect of off-duty and discreditable conduct for failing to investigate a Toronto shelter's calls to police. So they don't go to something like that, but an LCBO robbery where nobody was actually hurt because an off-duty cop had a knife brandished on him. Well, that called for a high-speed chase down the highway the wrong way. But somebody pleading for their life at a shelter, they don't need to go investigate that. Yeah, that's not a problem. Oh, Sarah Jama. She's also brought up something. So it's not just Toronto police, also Hamilton police. It's police, Ottawa police. It's police. This is unsurprising. The officer beat an Indigenous man up and still gets to keep his 6-figure salary. It's 2024 and we're still saying defund the police. So Brian Wren of the Hamilton police officer who assaulted an Indigenous man in a disturbing act will be demoted for 1 year before being reinstated. And I've told you before about what these demotions mean. Nothing. They still make over $100K a year. They're not punished. This means nothing. They're outright attacking and assaulting and murdering people, threatening people, and he gets demotion. Unless they were to send, like, insulting messages to their superiors. Well, then in that case, And it is just, this is costing taxpayers so much money.
Former OPP officer Jason Redmond spent nearly 8 years on paid suspension. After multiple convictions over the years, including drug trafficking and sexual assault, the constable was finally fired last summer. By then, he had already taken home more than $1.2 million in pay. Details of this Brockville case triggered public outrage. But it's just one of more than 450 cases of suspended officers CBC News found through publicly available data in Ontario. Officers were suspended with pay for a variety of allegations, everything from drunk driving to fraud, manslaughter, sexual assault, and intimate partner violence or disciplinary violations.
Now, I'm in the philosophy of presume innocence until found guilty, but if they're police officers, I'd be for them not getting paid while they're suspended, while this is being looked into, and then if it turns out they're innocent, they get their money. As opposed to, we just pay them to not work for years. Because when we have people this horrible, doing these horrible things, taxpayer money shouldn't be going and spending millions on them. That is just absolutely disgusting that they're allowed to get away with this, that they can do all of these horrible things and still get millions of dollars.
The total cost, more than $134 million since 2013. The longest, most costly suspension is OPP Detective Sergeant James Christie. He's a former police union executive, suspended for 9 years and counting. Christie has been paid more than $1.5 million to stay home from work.
Most police officers are working professionally and doing their jobs properly, but we see these cases, and these are the cases that really, anger people and piss people off.
Since 2010, Ontario police chiefs have lobbied for the ability to suspend accused officers without pay. It's a power other police forces in Canada, including the RCMP, have had for years.
Our legislation will, if passed, provide transparency and clarity to police officers.
The Ford government said it would bring in reform 4 years ago. New legislation finally came into effect this month. But the new suspension without pay provision only applies in certain very serious criminal cases, and only after the approval of a hearing.
To be honest with you, not a lot.
Former Niagara Chief Jeff Maguire doesn't think it will make much of a difference in terms of fewer suspensions with pay.
There are still many opportunities that we believe a person should likely be suspended without pay.
By contrast, the police union is satisfied with the new provisions.
No agency or government department keeps track or makes public the number of police suspensions in Ontario. Critics say that leaves the public in the dark in terms of the scope of suspensions and their outcomes. Julie Ireton, CBC News, Ottawa.
A little bit more on that. So, paid to stay at home. Suspended police officers cost Ontario taxpayers $134 million over the past decade. So this goes over a lot of the information that we just heard, but it also has some interesting graphs in here. So how many police officers were suspended by their department? And here they actually have a breakdown. And so this is stuff that they had to investigate to look, because as she was saying, there's no program set up to track this. This has to be done individually. They have to go and find this information. There's no system where you input this information depending on the department you're in. And so Toronto Police Service, total suspensions 130, officers suspended 119 out of 5,100. So we have, just the breakdown from all across Ontario. And this is just the information that they could find. There could be more. Suspensions aren't systematically tracked or disclosed. Laming is one of 4 researchers specializing in policing and justice policy who examined CBC's finding, along with 2 former police chiefs and provincial union executive. CBC also interviewed several former and current suspended officers who complained that criminal allegations are too often investigated by their own colleagues. They say chiefs are too quick to suspend and judicial processes are too lengthy, resulting in suspensions that can drag on for months or years. Well, just take care of it sooner. Police chiefs in Ontario have long called for more authority and to fire problematic members and suspend officers without pay, as is the policy in other jurisdictions in Canada. That would be nice, to just be able to fire problematic people and suspend them without pay. Actually, have consequences for their actions. But if we go down a little bit more, we have what type of allegations were made against police officers. Would you imagine that? Number 1, gender-based violence. Who here is shocked by that? Followed by impaired driving, fraud, drugs, allegations related to race. And then there's other types of allegations, which is at 41%, almost 42%. So that's going to be a mix of this and that and the other thing. But the number 1 issue, gender-based violence. Yeah, I don't think too many people are surprised by that. Ontario's unique suspension laws. Every police officer in Ontario must comply with the code of conduct from the moment they are hired. If suspected of violating this disciplinary code or breaking the law, their chief can suspend them. Suspensions with pay remain largely supported by Ontario police unions. I wonder why that is. Which maintains that unless the officer is convicted of wrongdoing, they are entitled to presumption of innocence. And again, I'm all for that presumption of innocence. Doesn't mean that they have to be paid during that time. It's just, okay, once they're absolutely cleared, you give them the money then. You don't, and that would be good incentive at that point to get this through the system faster, to find out whether or not this officer is guilty of the accusations or not. We really try and ensure that members are provided with fair process and when they're facing serious allegations, says Mark Baxter, president of the Police Association of Ontario. Equivalent to the entire budget of the London Police Service. Here we go. So what was the outcome of disciplinary charges against the police officers? Resigned, retired before their hearing. So as opposed to being found guilty, they just resigned so that they didn't have to be found guilty is the number 1 thing. Disciplinary hearing, a decision pending, so we don't know. Demoted, which we've been hearing a lot about, which doesn't mean much because again, in a year, they're going to get back up to what they were being paid, and that payment never dropped under 100K to begin with. Docked pay, fired, forced to resign. Suspended without pay, only 0.44%. And unknown outcomes. Just really, what is the outcome of criminal charges against police officers? Conditional discharge, case of verdict pending, charges dismissed, not guilty, jail time, suspended sentence, absolute discharge, house arrest, peace bond. Unknown outcome again. So conditional discharge is the number 1, huh? Yeah. I'm actually surprised any of them get jail time, to be honest. I'm surprised. And once the suspension has ended, what is the outcome for police officers? The vast majority of them go back to work. And remember, some of these are suspended because they were found guilty of doing horrible things. But they're allowed to just continue in their job like nothing happened. Only a certain amount resigned, still suspended, ongoing cases, unknown outcomes. Fired, retired, died. Oh, 1.1% of them have died. Heartbroken. Suspended without pay, again, only 0.88%. Medical leave. Just, like, no wonder people don't feel safe around the police. Like, we really need to. I'm for defund, dismantle, reinvent. I understand that we need some sort of force out there to you know, help in serious situations. It doesn't have to be the police, though, the way that we see it, you know, depending on the type of call it is. If it's a domestic violence call, then you send in people that are capable of dealing with that sort of situation. You don't send in people whose automatic response is to going guns blazing. You don't send in people whose egos are so sensitive that if somebody, you know, miffs them by brandishing a weapon at them or something, that they feel the need to chase them down the highway the wrong direction and kill 4 people. Okay, the quality of police officers we have are bad. There aren't a few bad apples in the barrel. The barrel is what's causing the apples to be spoiled in the first place. It is the system that is set up for it. It draws in people like that. And the few good officers that are around, they don't last. They leave. Or they become bad themselves. And of course, we have Doug Ford, who is all for the police. And remember, he was on the side of the police when Umar Zamir, which I covered recently, was found not guilty of running over a police officer, who back in the day was saying that the cop killer shouldn't have been out on bail. You know, somebody like him shouldn't have been out on bail. It turns out he was innocent. But yeah, let's see what Doug Ford has to say about how he supports the police.
Hi there, Alan Hale from Queen's Park today. This morning, Toronto Police Chief Myron Demkew apologized for his comments in front of the courthouse after Umar Zamir trial, where he said that he and other officers in the police service had been hoping for a different outcome. He now acknowledges that was inappropriate. And I'm just wondering what you think of that apology, and considering the concerns that have been raised about police conduct or testimony in this trial, and how the judge saying that they might have possibly colluded in their story, which didn't match the physical evidence. What should be done to help raise confidence in the impartiality of the police from the provincial level?
Well, I can't comment on the chief's words, but I can tell you it's a very sad situation what happened on all fronts, including Constable Northrop, that isn't here with us. I had an opportunity to speak to his family many times. My heart breaks for them. It's a sad situation, and hopefully that will never happen again. But I can tell you one thing: I support our police 1,000%, and I'll never waver from supporting our police.
So these are the type of people he supports 1,000%. These are the people. Yeah. And I've covered plenty of more police stories, and I don't think that topic is going to go away anytime soon either. It is a problem in this country that tends to go unnoticed a lot of the time. Just, again, this is part of the reason why I wish my channel was more popular, just to get these messages out there, to let people know what's really going on. But a large part of people in Canada don't feel safe when the cops are called, even if they're meant to protect them. But just a tragic, tragic story of that family being torn apart over a couple bottles of alcohol because some police officer got a bruised ego. Like, it was so bad that they were getting calls to cancel that chase, and they ignored it because, you know, that guy brandished a knife at him. How dare he? Oh, let's go to Sandbox, shall we? Ooh, everyone's so active. Thank you. Like having good discussions going on in the Sandbox. Let's see. And welcome everyone who has tuned into this live stream. Have a lot of stuff to cover, so I've warned people ahead of time that this is going to be a longer live stream, and there's still like 2 main things that I want to get to. Let's see. Hunger Games 1989 didn't a newspaper online make a racist headline titled towards JAMA. They ended up changing it a few hours later after they received backlash. It's entirely possible, another story, but I don't think the National Post did. Let's see. Oh, I think I went over that already, so let's scroll down a little bit more. Grand Theft Autobot horse farter is at it again. He is a stinker, isn't he? That needs to trend. His name needs to be Anthony House. Yeah. Horse farter instead of house father. Oh. Grand Theft Autobot, those people dies over a couple liquor bottles. The fuck? Yeah. Bad Lefty, remember folks, if you miss bedtime from the show going too long, blame Justin Trudeau. Yeah, you can do that. I covered him a lot in this. We're going to be getting on to Pierre Polyev next, and oh, he's so much worse. Kali A, police being so incredibly stupid and reckless. Wish I was surprised. Yeah. Bad Lefty, how is that chase not called off? Well, as we saw, it was. They ignored that call. Grand Theft Autobot, but they gotta get that liquor back at any cost. Yeah, they weren't after liquor. They didn't care about the liquor. Bad Lefty did the conversion for me. 100 kilometers is 62 miles an hour. I vaguely remember that from my trip in Boston because my dashboard had the 2 numbers on it. Bad Lefty, the cops were bigger maniacs. Yeah, like it's bad enough having the one van going, but then having multiple police cars also going the wrong way on the highway. Like that's part of the investigation that I want to see is like, who actually caused the accident? Was it the van or was it somebody else, like one of the police officers that caused it? But just to be on the highway and see multiple vehicles coming your way, you have no time to respond. Atticus Among Us, I want to see the personal text messages of the off-duty cop and the rest. Be interesting to see what they were saying to each other. Genie bottle, please protect rich who steal from poor, the poor trying to get some back. Bad Lefty, 8 years paid holiday, nice. Yeah. And people on disability get $1,400 a month in this province if you get the full amount. But these guys can do horrible, horrible things and still get $100,000 a year. So gross. Oh, Carmen Ben Carmen, thank you so much for the $1.99. I really appreciate it. Benno, Carmen, thank you. I really appreciate the $1.99 and the heart sticker with it. Dylan Doe leaving a comment and a thumbs up for engagement. Thank you. And that is one of the best ways to help my live streams. If you don't have any money to help me out, you can still like, share, comment, all that sort of stuff helps it in the algorithms. And speaking of which, I have some clipped videos that I've posted. Please go back to them and help them get over at least 100 views so that I can get them consistently up over that to, again, help with the algorithms. You can do this by cheating, as in you click it, you mute it, and you watch something else. And you can do that every day and it helps. It will count as a new view each time. There's a few videos that are struggling to get over that 100 view mark. So any help with that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, like the stream, share it, let other content creators know I exist, all of that. Prene, if you steal from your boss, you would still be prosecuted even if you retired. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, dubbed for Bee Army Attack. Bees. Bees, bees, bees. Yes. He once swallowed a bee while a bee tried to kill him by flying into his mouth when he was at an outdoor press conference. Grand Theft Autobot, Canada is in a completely different zone. Don't you know about that? Talking about time zones? Yes, we're in Canadian Arctic time. Bad Lefty, Trudeau's being awful. Pierre says, hold my beer. Oh, we're getting to that. We are getting to that. Carmen just saying, my pleasure. Love your work. Well, I appreciate all of your support. It helps keep this going. Let's see. Speaking of Pierre Polyev. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Ooh, nope, not that. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I think there's two more things after this. I knew it was going to be a long stream. Anyway, Pierre Polyev recently got kicked out of the house, like the place where they do all their arguing during question period, because he called the prime minister a mean name. Called him wacko. And so in our House of Commons, we have very strict rules of decorum. And there are certain things you're not allowed to do and say, and question period is just a time where they get to argue back and forth, and it really is theater at its fullest, like political theater at its fullest. And yeah, Pierre Polyev called the prime minister a wacko, got kicked out, and to say that that was pre-planned is putting it mildly. Pierre is such a dweeb. He's such a dweeb. And he's going to be the next prime minister. Anyway, this is the moment of the name calling.
Mr. Speaker, it is a choice for him to implement extremist policies that have taken the lives of 2,500 British Columbians every single year. Since the NDP has asked him to reverse course on his and formerly their radical policy, 22 British Columbians have died of drug overdoses. but he continues to allow those drugs to kill the people in our hospitals and on our public transit. When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko Prime Minister?
No.
So he said by this wacko policy by this wacko Prime Minister. They call the Prime Minister a wacko there.
That is not there are a couple of things which are going on here today, which is not acceptable. And I ask all members, please, to keep themselves, to control themselves. I'm going to ask two things. One, I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to withdraw that term, which is not considered parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, I replace wacko with extremist. He is an
The Honourable Member to please.
Ooh, I take back what I said. He's not a wacko. He's a poopy head. Ooh, look at me.
I'm going to ask the Leader of the Opposition once again to just withdraw that comment, please. And I'll invite the Honourable Member.
So they go back and forth.
Withdraw that comment.
Where he's just, yeah, so they go back and forth a little bit more where Pierre is just like, oh, I take it back and replace it with radical blah, blah, blah.
So please withdraw that comment and simply withdraw that comment.
I simply withdraw and replace with the aforementioned adjective.
Again, so childish. So childish. Like, just please withdraw the comment as per parliamentary decorum. Oh, I withdraw and replace. Ha ha ha. Take it. Owned you. Owned you.
Mr. Polyev, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair.
So he just got named because he said, Mr. Polyev. See, when you get named, you're in trouble. Because part of the decorum is he didn't call Justin Trudeau a wacko. He said the Prime Minister is wacko. So you have to call each other by, you know, Leader of the Opposition, Prime Minister, representative of Durham region. Like, you have to go by titles. You don't call people by their names as a way of keeping the decorum, to making the attacks less personal, which, you know, it doesn't matter. So then when you get named, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, young man. Pierre Polyev. Go stand in a corner.
Pursuant to the authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference for the remainder of this day's sitting.
So then, yeah, he leaves, and then the rest of his caucus leaves with him. And so they all walk out because he was told to withdraw his comment, which he refused because he's a teenager, apparently. And so then they all walked out in support. And again, this is just so sickening to me that here you have somebody who is purposely skirting the rules. He knows better. Like, he knows what the decorum is. He knows that it's not allowed. And so he's done this completely for show, for political brownie points with his racist buddies. That's all this is. It's just right-winging antics. And so the rest of his caucus walks out with him. Whereas when Sarah Jama was kicked out for wearing a keffiyeh, well, she wasn't quite kicked out, but nobody followed suit. Nobody else was wearing keffiyeh in support. Nobody else was making any sort of stance saying, if you kick her out, I walk out too. No. The right protects their own in the way the left doesn't, unfortunately. And so in this particular little question period, apparently Pierre Polyev lied 84 times during question period on May 1st. Since Pierre was removed from the House on April 30th, we've noticed that the demeanor of his party changed, almost like a kid who is grounded. Full list of sources and references Please see Pierre is lying on Twitter. And if we go through this, you hear dings every now and then to indicate when he's lied. Part of the decorum that is so frustrating to me is that you aren't allowed to call out people for lying. You get in trouble if you say that was a lie that the leader of the opposition just said, or the prime minister is lying. You're not allowed to call someone else a liar, even when it's provable facts. Like, I'm not a fan of these decorum rules. Do I care that he called him a wacko? No. I care why he did it. He did it because, you know, it's all for show. It's all to make himself the victim. Oh, look at me. I'm being canceled. I'm being kicked out of the house. And yet, if you try calling him out for the lies that he's doing, then you also get kicked out. It's disgusting that decorum is precedent over anything else that would make sense in these question periods. And so Andrew Perez here on Twitter says, Pierre has sat in the House of Commons as an MP for 20 years. It has been his only job. He knows well what the rules of the chamber are, what sort of language is deemed unparliamentary, etc. Speaker Fergus gave Pierre Poilievre multiple opportunities to walk back his language yesterday. He refused repeatedly. Mr. Poilievre knew full well what he was doing. He was intentionally playing hard and fast with the House rules so that he could be thrown out, feign outrage, and then ultimately fundraise over the entire pathetic situation. Oh, and the call for the Liberal Speaker's resignation? This entire episode would be hilarious if it wasn't so sad. My message to Canadians, don't let Poilievre take you as fools. He built an entire career around fooling many people. Don't let him extend his charades into the Prime Minister's office in 2025. Don't let Pierre Poilievre make Canada a laughing matter. And so, yes, after they were all kicked out for blatantly breaking decorum rules, they then called for the House Speaker to resign, which, no, he didn't. The House Speaker did what House Speakers are supposed to do. Like, the House Speaker was completely in line with what their duties are. But again, it is what Andrew here is saying. It is all just to feign outrage to fundraise. And Rachel Gilmore, who I've featured on here plenty of times, has a wonderful breakdown of this little situation.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre just got kicked out of question period over unparliamentary comments, and then the rest of his party left in protest. This came after the Prime Minister accused Pierre Poilievre of pandering to white nationalists and refusing to condemn them. Here's what's going on. After news broke that Pierre Poilievre visited a Freedom Convoy-style encampment with an RV that had a Diagolon flag drawn on the side, while some others in media tried to downplay it, I did some more digging and broke the news that some of the people at the encampment had closer ties to the far-right extremists than originally reported on. Now Poilievre is facing calls to condemn these guys, who, even though they're laughing at him, do not actually like or support him at all, despite him pandering to the people who at one point traveled in the same circles. So here's what Trudeau said.
So this is the same group that said that Pierre Poilievre's wife should be sexually assaulted. And he's out there trying to gain their favor. One of the biggest risks of having Pierre Poilievre as Prime Minister is how much of a fucking pushover he is. Like, he can get bullied into doing anything. The fact that he's still trying to carry the lunch bags for these guys after everything that they've done. They laugh at him. They mock him. They've threatened his wife, and he's still there trying to gain their favor. He is a spineless, weak, pathetic doorknob. Like, I can't get over how dangerous it is to have somebody so spineless as a leader of a country. Like, anyone can push him over. Like, even I look at him and I want to become a bully because it would be so fucking easy. And I wouldn't feel sorry about it either. Like, it's just so dangerous to have somebody so spineless in a leadership position of any country.
said about all that today.
It was a choice to pander to white nationalists, not an accident. And it is a choice to continue to not condemn them and condemn everything they stand for in his quest for votes.
After that, Poilievre called the Prime Minister a quote-unquote wacko, which as a career politician, he knows you're not allowed to do.
When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko Prime Minister?
And Poilievre refused to withdraw the remark, at least not without replacing it with the word extremist. So because of that, the Speaker ended up kicking him out of the House of Commons. And after more back and forths mentioning far-right extremism, the rest of the Conservative Party left the room. So yeah, that kind of screwed up question period, where, if we're being honest, nothing really gets done anyways. But it does give opposition parties the chance to directly question the governing party. Though these days it's mostly just used to get juicy clips for social media. Naturally, we're seeing both the Liberals and the Conservatives trying to score political points off of this. The Conservatives have already sent out a fundraising email. As for the far-right extremists, they seem to be enjoying every second of this exposure. But you know what they really don't love? When we report on the things they actually say and do. Like when they post vicious racism, laugh at videos of people in India being brutally killed by trains, and when they platform literal neo-Nazis.
And just to give Rachel even far more credit, this group has also said that they would laugh at her if she was gang raped to death. And she's still out here reporting on them. The amount of courage she has doing her job is so admirable. Like, I can't express enough, like, how much courage she has to have just to do her job and to face off with these racist, right-winger, horrible people.
So yeah, all of this is very stupid. But what's very real is the risk of someone exposed to this group internalizing their language and deciding to do something about it. That is serious. Or if you prefer, wacko.
Oh, and we saw one of those guys earlier. Let's just go back to that quickly.
Thank you.
For you guys.
So this is one of those people that internalize that messaging.
And being undermined publicly is really gross. As a citizen born and raised in this city, it appears to me that this city is in a little bit of decline because you guys are being hamstrung at every turn. And I want to just give a little bit of a tidbit.
Mr.
I'm sure I'm going to get cut off of this. Everyone I know in my community is getting armed, which should scare everybody here. Everybody in my community, I'm in social networks with hundreds of people, are getting armed. They're all getting their firearms license because they see these protests.
I'm going to ask you to stop
unabated
on other topics.
Anyway,
This is the type of person Pierre is pandering to and encouraging.
What do you think of all this?
And as was mentioned, we have T-Dot resident here. So at 2:30 p.m., wacko comments. 3 p.m., Pierre removed from Parliament. 3:54, wacko fundraising email sent by CPC. And 6:10, wacko t-shirt sale at Rebel News. Yes, that did not take long. When will we put an end to this wacko policy by the wacko Prime Minister? And at one point, Pierre did try to deny that he called the Prime Minister directly a wacko. I've called him a lot worse. Just saying, and I own it. And then this was the email. Oh, donate today. The Liberal speaker just threw Pierre Poilievre out of the House of Commons for calling Justin Trudeau's drug policy wacko. It was because he was calling Justin Trudeau wacko. Was Pierre wrong? Yes, he was actually. He lied 84 times in the next question period. He lies. He lies. That's what he does. He lies all the fucking time. Legalizing open use hard drugs, blah blah blah. Yeah, and get the T-shirt from Rebel News. Yeah. And that's all it is. And it just astonishes me that this pushover, Weasley, whiny crybaby is most likely going to be the next prime minister because Justin Trudeau is so bad. Like, it's just, we are in a bad situation because it's not just Pierre that we'd be electing into office. It's all of those people, like that guy, who now feel vindicated, who feel validated, who feel like they're on the right side of the issue. They're going to get amped up and feel a license to actually start engaging and acting out on this even more. And here's a little bit more of an indication of just how dangerous Pierre's going to be. Poilievre hints to police he would use notwithstanding clause to change laws. That is dictatorshipness actions right there. The notwithstanding clause in Canadian law is often used, well, in fact, up to this point has only been used by premiers of provinces, and it is designed specifically to override people's rights that are protected under the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. Because a conservative, and I do mean conservative, premier doesn't like the fact that they're not allowed to trample over somebody's rights. A recent example of this is in Saskatchewan, where they made it so teachers would have to out trans students that were not feeling safe coming out to their parents. And that was challenged in court, and it was shown to be these kids are protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and you can't do that. So the premier, Scott Moe, used the notwithstanding clause to override that and say, no, we're going to totally dismiss their rights and force them to be outed to their parents. To have a prime minister willing to use this to trample over the rights of Canadians is horrifying when you look at the circles he's sucking up to. Who do you think he's going to use this against? You know, it's not going to be his right-wing buddies that are threatening all this violence. It'd be more like those peaceful protesters you see on campuses. This cannot be allowed to happen. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says he would use whatever tools the Constitution allows to pass criminal laws if his party forms the next government. Speaking to the Canadian Press Association on Monday, Poilievre promised to implement more stringent requirements for bail and make it harder for convicted murderers to transfer out of maximum security prisons. All my proposals are constitutional, Poilievre said. If that's the case, you wouldn't need to use the notwithstanding clause. We will make them constitutional. Oh, okay. We will make them constitutional versus they are constitutional. Okay, that's different. Using whatever tools the Constitution allows me to use to make them constitutional. I think you know exactly what I mean. Yeah, that would be the notwithstanding clause. Poilievre didn't explicitly say which tools he was referring to, and his office provided no official comments when he asked for clarification. In the past, conservative leaders have said they would use the notwithstanding clause to overturn a 2022 Supreme Court decision that struck down a law that gave judges discretion to hand out consecutive 25-year blocks of parole ineligibility to offenders who committed multiple first-degree murders. That decision came at the case of Alexander Bissonnette. Okay, we don't need to go into a lot of this, but we have another person who is very good at concisely breaking this down in ways to communicate how dangerous this is.
All right, so Stats Can released the February GDP numbers, and it came in at 0.2% growth. Wah, wah. They were forecasting 0.4%, so it came under, but, you know, it's the world economy isn't in a good spot right now, so it's not a horrible thing. But anyway, it's not great either. But anyway, I want to talk about Pierre Poilievre and the dumpster fire that we call Canadian media. Dumpster fire. Flames shooting out of it. So Pierre kind of insinuated that he would use the notwithstanding clause to change justice laws, because, you know, all those times that the Conservatives try to pass laws and then they get found unconstitutional. Screw the Constitution, right? I'll just use the notwithstanding clause to do what I want to do, because Trudeau's a dictator. And it is kind of curious. It seems to be one party that constantly uses this notwithstanding clause to curtail rights and freedoms and, you know, Constitution. Guess what? It's not the Liberals. It's always the Conservatives. It's strange, right? I mean, I thought freedom, right? No, I guess not. I guess it's just when convenient, right? Okay. Pierre's got his awesome slogans. Trudeau, not worth the cost, right? That's it. Trudeau is not worth the cost. And then the expenditure list comes out, and Pierre Poilievre, in a 3-month period, has spent almost $2 million on travel expenses and accommodation and expenditures. $1.7 million. There's no election called, right? I'm not confused.
And keep in mind, this is also another trend with Conservatives to way outspend the Liberals on pretty much everything. Like the Doug Ford's, the Premier's office, since he's been in power, the cost to run that office has doubled. They're very good at spending taxpayer money for things that don't benefit taxpayers.
Right? But that is worth the cost? I'm confused. Now, where are my people at that were freaking out about a Trudeau vacation for months on end? And the media, too. I'm looking at you, media. Where are you guys at? If Trudeau's not worth the cost, but somehow Pierre Poilievre can get away with spending almost $2 million in a 3-month period when there's not even a fucking election called. Explain that to me. And before all you beep for PM trollbots come into my comments and be like, oh, now do Trudeau's expenses. No. That's his job. He's the prime minister. It's his job to travel across the country and do different things in the country. That's not Pierre's job. He's not prime minister yet, okay? So just shut your face. And the opinion bloggers at the Globe and Mail, they're on it, right? See, here's the thing. Pierre Poilievre, he can travel across the country on the taxpayer dime, spending taxpayer money like a drunken sailor, meeting with extremist groups. That's all good. It's really Trudeau that needs to think of the future, and he needs to get out of the way or something. And then check out this headline by liberal bought and paid for media. For sure. Totally non-biased stuff here, right? Post media, way to go. You know, it's really a shame that you're this close to bankruptcy and folding and all of your employees being unemployed. It's such a shame. Bye-bye.
We are in trouble. If Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister, we're not going to be governed by him. We're going to be governed by whoever pushes him over. And right now, considering how much he's trying to suck up to these right-wing extremist groups, we're in trouble. What this country looks like will change. The freedoms we have, the safety we feel, a lot of that will be stripped away in ways of workarounds and stuff. I've mentioned before, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms protect us a lot better here than what the Americans get protection for. That doesn't mean it's foolproof. You know, it doesn't mean it will absolutely keep us safe. And when we have people so intent on circumventing it, a lot of people are going to suffer. And we run into this problem right now of, like, part of the reason why Pierre will win is you have this right-wing extremist rabid base that are just so energized at watching liberals suffer, watching the left suffer. Like, They get off on this. They just want to own the libs. They want to see us cry. They want to see us hurt. Because, you know, they can't deal with all the issues and the pain that's inside of them. They can't deal with the fact that it's the systems that are also crushing them. They just want to, you know, project it onto other people. And they want to see us hurt. And that's riling them up so much that they'll be at, you know, rallies and protests. They'll go out and vote. But meanwhile, on the left, we have nobody that is rallying the base. Jagmeet Singh certainly isn't. Justin Trudeau, definitely not. A lot of people hate him on the left. So when you have so many people that are riled up on the right to attack the left, and so many people on the left that are just so fed up that they're not going to participate, Pierre's going to win in a landslide. Like, that's just, he's going to win in a landslide because so many people on the left, as opposed to, you know, trying to energize the base, trying to find somebody to step up, just unplug. And we're in a very, very dangerous position. And the thing is that it will never get reversed. You know, you'll never see people on the left so eager to see people on the right suffer. And partly because we tend to have more empathy. We see the systemic problems. We see the part of the reasons why they're angry, why they're feeling hopeless, why they're being repressed. We get it. And we want to solve those problems. But for a lot of people on the right, they're sold the idea that in order to get rid of those problems, you just need to take out this group. That's an easy fix. It's not. So much work has to be done in society to repair the wrongs that have been done. It's not easy. It won't be easy. It'll take a long time. The question is if we're going to make it that long. I am terribly, terribly worried of what will happen to this country if Pierre gets into power. With what he will plan to do. And again, it's not just about him being in power. It's about how that will motivate his base. Those people saying that they're on social media and all their connections are getting guns, getting ready to fight these Hamas terrorists. Because keep in mind, they also look at people like me, you know, queer people. We're also, you know, on their list of people that need to be taken out to keep society safe. I don't know how effective Pierre would actually be as prime minister because, like I said, he has no spine. He can be pushed over. But what this would do to his base and how energized they would get and how much more vocal and rampant they would get. That's the scariest part. Check the sandbox. Sorry, this is very doomer of me, isn't it? I just want to wake people up before it becomes too late. You know, I want people to get involved. You know, I want people to demand that Justin step down. Like, I don't care what a leader, well, I don't want Chrystia Freeland. I don't want her to become the next leader of the Liberal Party. I am fine voting the Liberals back in, and I'm fine even if it would be with Justin Trudeau. But if they have any hope in hell, they need to get rid of Justin Trudeau and have somebody else be a leader. And I want the NDP to actually become the party the base wants. To get a leader in there that is not Jagmeet Singh. Nikki Ashton would be amazing. Matthew Green would be amazing. There's so many amazing people within the NDP that could be so much better than what Jagmeet Singh has been doing. We need to get them in as soon as possible. This is checking the sandbox. Let's see. Pranay, I think I've said your name like 5 different times already, like 5 different ways. A lot of Canadians ignore politics until the last 2 weeks of elections. I've said this before where we have very short election cycles, and that's both beneficial and detrimental. Because in the United States, they have pretty much perpetual election cycles, which actually can keep people engaged in politics, keep people engaged a little bit more in what's happening, but it can also burn people out because it's just constant election talk, oh, who's going to be the next candidate and all that years out. Whereas in Canada, our election cycles are so short, which is nice that, it's not in our face all the time. But yeah, that's the only time a lot of Canadians actually pay attention to politics. So it'd be nice if we had that for a bit longer and actually got Canadians to be engaged a lot longer and start, educating people on what it means. Because so many people don't understand how politics works in this country. They don't understand the policies that are implemented. They don't understand the mechanisms in place that are making our quality of life go down and how they can change it. They don't know where their power is because they're so uninvolved. And it's so important to get informed, get involved. And once people know how the system works, it's easy to change. It is so easy to change things here in Canada. We just need enough people engaged. Okay, people picking up that I have said some names wrong. Yeah. Let's see. We got a lot of pee pants, potty mouth, Pierre potty mouth, poopy pants. Pranay, it's because the speaker is black. It wouldn't surprise me if that factors into why they asked him to resign, but it's also standard protocol after somebody's been kicked out to try to just blame it on the speaker and have them resign. It's happened multiple times when speakers have been asked to resign for doing things like that. It's not that uncommon. But that doesn't detract from the fact that, yes, the Conservative Party is very racist. Grand Theft Autobot, how does 84 Lies compare to Trump's record? It's probably more because Polyev is better at speaking. He gets more out, whereas Trump gets more rambly and backtracks and goes over the same things a lot. So that's probably why there's a difference. Pepe La Pierre causes another stink from Genie Bottle. Let's see. Reality is doomer, says Bed Lefty. Positive, progressive change is always possible. It may become more difficult, but it is always possible. That is something we need to remember going into these next elections, both in the United States and here in Canada. That no matter what happens, we can turn things around. We just need to get people informed and get them involved. Okay, so before I said that there were only 2 more things, now I mean there's only 2 more things. One of them is very short, at least. And I'll try to speed run Doug Ford Shenanigans. and then we'll get on to the last little story of the day. Like I said, this was going to be a longer live stream. So try to speed run some of the Ontario shenanigans from the Conservative Party, and then we'll get into the last little thing of the day. So from Stephen Lecce, who is the Education Minister of Education for Ontario, who once participated in a mock slave auction when he was in college. Everywhere I go, students and parents share concerns about proliferation of vaping, cannabis, and cell phone distractions in schools. That's not what parents are concerned about in schools. No. Washrooms have become safe spaces for vaping, and classrooms are undermined by constant cell phone interruptions. We need to act with urgency to counter this generational threat, a message echoed by student leaders and blah, blah. Okay, we don't need to know that, but Sherry here says, you have cut 35,000 from every classroom in Ontario in the last year and over 2 billion in total. But it's vaping and cell phones that are the problem. Nobody buys this attempt to change the channel, Mr. Lecce. Yes, they're trying to make it about something it's not. Like, this is their focus. It's the same when Doug Ford is like, ooh, buck up beer, or let's bring beer to stores, or something about alcohol, or free bags at the liquor store. This is to detract from the problems that are actually undermining our education system right now. And a lot of it has to do with the same thing that's undermining our healthcare system right now, and that is underfunding. Cuts in funding. Funding that's supposed to go to it that just somehow magically never gets there. And we have this video here about it.
The province says millions of dollars will be spent on vape detectors in schools, but school boards say they still need more direction on just what the money is intended for. The response
so 30 million, you see that down here? 30 million for vape detectors in schools. We'll get to why this is so infuriating in just a moment.
Follows the weekend's announcement from the Ministry of Education on vaping and cell phones in schools, calling them both big distractions. Sean Cowan has been following this for us today and joins us now with more. Hey, Sean.
Good evening, Matt. Well, one of the big announcements yesterday was $30 million for these vape detectors, kind of like smoke detectors in schools. But the Ministry of Education has made no recommendations on these actual detectors.
Do you know what else can detect vaping? Walking in the room and smelling it. You don't need a vape detector, you just need somebody to go into the washroom.
Therefore, leaving it in the hands of the school boards. So I did talk with some students today, and they tell me that vaping in schools is a big distraction. Vaping in schools is illegal, but parents, teachers, and students know it's happening.
In the bathroom. And do you know what happens if they somehow magically get it out of the school? Those same kids will then just skip class, walk across the street, and do it in a little smoking area that they've designated. It's... The vaping isn't the problem. Like, they shouldn't. Don't get me wrong. I don't think kids should be vaping. I don't think anyone should be. I'm anti-smoker in general. Cannabis, I tend to be okay with, but like tobacco, vaping,
In the washrooms, in the hallways, it's everywhere.
Bathrooms. A lot of kids in there, you know, especially around lunch, they're vaping and it's hard to, get in and out.
The Ministry of Education says it's now going to ban vaping in schools, even though
pretty sure it was already banned.
It was never allowed in the first place. Yesterday, the government said it's strengthening the rules around students caught with vapes or cigarettes. Students will be required to surrender these products, and parents will be notified immediately.
Vaping is a huge issue. I don't think in the last couple of years...
we don't need to hear much more about the vaping. But let's get to this. So, can a journalist please update the reporting for the school repair backlog for Ontario schools? It's been a while. Well, we're focused on vape pens and cell phones. It's being ignored. It's certainly not 16.8 billion. That ship has sailed. Let's see if I've gone over my Toronto Star quota. I've reached my monthly limit. Yep. That's why I try to avoid Toronto Star stuff. But let's just see. In the first 2 years of Doug Ford's government, the school repair backlog in Ontario increased by $1 billion. In 2019, outstanding repairs were a shocking $16.8 billion, with new data available. Karen Littlewood's excellent piece reports this backlog 3 years later as the same $16.8 billion, but this is certainly much higher. So, you know, school repairs, $30 million for vape detectors that are not needed versus, you know, air conditionings when we're going into extreme climate change where classrooms can literally get too hot for students to sit in, because not all high schools or schools have air conditioning. Just repairs in pavement and walls and ceilings, make sure that things aren't, you know, you don't have water leaking in when it's raining. All of that sort of stuff has been put on a back burner. Teachers, classrooms have been underfunded, but they're spending money on vape detectors. They're putting pressure on teachers to remove cell phones, even though that was always a thing. Let's see, do I have something more specifically on that? Think. The thing about cell phones is, instead of just like trying to force teachers to remove them from students, it's a part of reality now. You have to learn how to teach with cell phones in the class, because that's just, it's no different than having a tablet or a computer or a calculator. This is part of the world now. And to try to lock it away and pretend it doesn't exist doesn't help anyone. And there's multiple reasons why it's important for kids to have these cell phones. Some do medical, they're connected to medical devices, emergency phone calls, things of that sort. Like, there's so many different reasons why cell phones are important. It'd be better to teach children responsible use of cell phones versus just taking them away and then putting teachers at risk of students reacting to their cell phones being taken away and what that means, or what happens if a cell phone gets taken away and somehow gets damaged or stolen. Who's responsible for that then? Like, this is just ridiculous that this is what the Ford government is focusing on when there are things that actually affect the quality of life of people that they're totally ignoring and underfunding on purpose. Another problem that we have right now, I mentioned that in a previous live stream, they're spending $300 million less on emergency firefighting this year than previous years. As the Ford government throws recruitment bonuses at its struggling forest fire programs ahead of a potentially difficult season in North, Global News can reveal 1 in 5 of its crews are unstaffed, while several aircraft are behind schedule. Maybe because they only treated firefighting as a one-time emergency funding every year. This is because Ford refuses to fund a proper level year over year. Yes. I thought I had more on the cell phone aspect of this, but I think I explained it well enough as to why it's all stupid to focus on that as opposed to all the other issues. But something that, you know, hit me personally recently, but again, Ford government for you. Ford government wins battle to keep healthcare staffing shortage figures secret. That should not be allowed to be kept secret. And how bad does it have to be that he's hiding, desperately trying to hide those numbers? The Ford government has won a privacy battle to keep the extent of its nursing, personal support worker, and physician shortage secret after Ontario's privacy watchdog ruled that revealing them could be economically damaging. To the private sector, maybe? In September 2022, Global News filed and subsequently appealed a Freedom of Information request with the Ministry of Health that included its projections for the numbers of PSWs, nurses, physicians the province would need in future years. The government withheld the details, arguing that disclosing them could allow health unions to negotiate for higher salaries and private nursing agencies to squeeze hospitals harder for extra with inflated rates for temporary staff. Yes, unions might actually know their worth then. More than a year and a half later, the request was launched following blah, blah, blah. Basically, yeah, this is just bullshit from the Ford government again. The fact that they're having to hide how bad it's gotten from the public. Because for people who actually have to use the emergency system, we know how bad it's gotten. We wait for hours upon hours in agony in the emergency room just for them to give you a gravel, pat you on the back, and say you're good to go home. Yes. For those of you who missed the beginning of my live stream, I talked about the reason why I had to cancel my last live stream so abruptly. I was in the emergency room. You can go back and watch that if you want. It's, like I said, it's at the beginning of this video. This is horrifying. Just horrifying that he's allowed to do this. And despite how bad the conservatives are, doesn't stop them from winning.
Well, Premier Doug Ford's Conservatives have won 2 by-elections. Z. Hamid, who once sought a federal Liberal nomination, captured the riding of Milton. The riding has been vacant since Cabinet Minister Parm Gill resigned in February to join the federal Conservatives. Well, this by-election was seen as the first real test for new Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie, who had considered running for the Milton seat herself.
Sorry. I hate the media sometimes. Who the fuck cares about Bonnie Crombie? Okay, she is the leader of the Liberal Party that doesn't even have official leader status, like party status in this province. I watched this video. There's absolutely zero mention of Merritt Stiles in the NDP. Again, not a fan of Merritt Stiles, not necessarily a fan of the NDP, but the way that they are never acknowledged in these articles just drives me crazy. And that's really the only reason why I wanted to show this part of the video. We don't need to get into it, because if we go here, these were conservative strongholds to begin with. So is it shocking that conservatives won again? Not really. It's just like here, at least the Liberal, oh, you can't quite see it in the screen. Right, I gotta switch screens back, sorry. Gotta remember there's 2 different screens for YouTube videos and just regular news. So this is the Wikipedia article here for one of the ridings. So you can see here that there was actually a large growth in the Liberal popularity in that particular riding, in one of them. But these were conservative strongholds to begin with. Likelihood of their party winning, not strong. So this is the Lambing-Kent one. Lambing-Kent Middlesex. So, you know, at least there was an increase there, but the fact that they're still winning and winning by, you know, a fair bit, 50, like anyone who basically gets more than half, that's winning by a lot. And despite how absolutely brutally horrible the Conservative Party has been in this province, they're still winning. And Milton, the other by-election, almost 50% again, and no real swing or change. So there's no more popularity with the Liberals or anything of that sort. It is just, despite everything that has happened, still nothing. Still. It's still got all of this. Again, this is why you have the right wing that is just so rabid, so eager to get to the polls, partly just to, they just want to see people suffer. And people on the left just so sick and fed up with the inactions of their side of the government that it's a recipe for disaster, you know? Because, yes, Polyev is a dweeb, and he's going to be very unpopular. All he has to do is suppress the vote in enough ridings. suppress, you know, Liberal votes in enough ridings for him to win in a landslide. But also, no shock here for people who live in Ontario. Ontario is the least satisfied with life out of every Canadian province, and it's getting worse. And this is from BlogTO. A high level of life satisfaction measures many things. It could mean good mental and physical health, financial prosperity, living in a pleasant environment, feeling cared for by your government, enjoying a sense of meaning and purpose. The list goes on. Quality of life well-being refers to the wealth and comfort of individuals, community, blah, blah, blah. Nationally, across genders, 23% of Canadians had a dismal life satisfaction rating between 0 and 5, and it looks like things have only gotten worse with time. So distribution of response by life satisfaction by gender. And yeah. Oh, and here's Ontario. Life satisfaction between 0 and 5 got 23%. Oh, lots of people who are most likely unaware of how bad things have gotten. It's the highest. So compared to Q3 of 2021, when StatCan launched the Quality of Life Survey, this least satisfied group above saw overall increase of 3%, up from 17.3. Just over 29% had satisfaction, blah, blah, blah. It might not surprise Ontarians, but the least satisfied Canadians still live in Ontario, where 23.3% of residents left a rating of 0 to 5, and less than half were in the 8 to 10 rating range. Historical data also shows decline in satisfaction here too. The pool of the least satisfied residents has grown by 3.6% since 2021. Yeah, okay, we don't need to go over all this. I think we know. We know. And it's not because Canada is so socialized, it's because we're having our socialism stripped away. That's causing a lot of the problems. It's that our programs are getting underfunded. It's that our taxpayer money isn't going to what it's supposed to be going to. That $4.4 billion in COVID spending in the Ontario government can just go unaccounted for and nobody does a follow-up. Like, I'm all for paying taxes and stuff like that, and I'd be all for paying for more taxes, but only if it was actually spent the way it was allocated and meant to be spent. You know, for the people to benefit. Not to put fucking vape detectors in high schools. Anyway, we have one more short thing to go over this, which is a little bit on the lighter side. But before that, we'll look at the Sandbox. Yeah, my voice is starting to go at this point. It's really dry in here, and also I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in like almost all day. Luckily, I have leftovers from last night that I made, so I don't have to think. I just have to heat up. Let's see, Sandbox. Grand Theft Autobot. They want to own the libs more than they want to own a house, and that's exactly what's going to happen with them. Yeah, they want to own the libs more than they want a habitable planet. Yeah, I'm still worried about climate change. Let's see. MIDI doctors, it's always darkest before the dawn. And also, they like this time slot. During the week, it's harder to do this time slot because of the serfs. Calling out serfs, it's because of them. Because they start their live streams at like about 2:30, and even when I start at 6, they still bump up. They can still be running their live streams, and there's a lot of crossover audience, and so, you know, a lot of my audience will be hanging out with the serfs instead of me, so I tried bumping it to 6. But when I get back to doing regular live streams on Sundays, I might bring it down to 4, because why have it so late if I don't need to? Especially if I'm going to be doing live streams that are going to be like 4 hours long. Bad lefty. Damn, Sandy, why didn't these clowns figure that out? Yes. Whatever that is. Oh, I think it's about walking into the room to find out if people are vaping. It's like it was never allowed in the first place, so same as smoking in school isn't allowed. To put in the vape detectors, really? $30 million on that. I'm pretty sure the kids at that school would far prefer having an air conditioner. Grand Theft Autobot, are they vaping in class undetected? How dumb are they? Yeah, they're not vaping in the classroom. FG, next they're going to tell me kids are drinking in the gym locker rooms at school dances. Oh, yeah. To make the focus, vapes and cell phones is just so par for the course. Things that don't actually matter. Carrie says, listening to Sandy as I garden my veggies. I love your voice, Sandy. Why, thank you. Even though I'm starting to lose it now because it's so dry in here and I ran out of drink. And my cats are not trained enough to go grab me one. Let's just get to the last thing. Like I said, it's a little bit more on the lighter side. Just need to find the right one. Okay, it's not going to start on the side. So back to the whole grocery store issue of Loblaws and their monopoly and outrageous grocery prices and things of that sort. This is a problem. We were talking about firefighters earlier for, emergency firefighter, but plexiglass barriers block the exit at Loblaws in Toronto. The only path to the entrance doors is narrowed to less than 5 feet by pillar. What do people in wheelchairs or those with cognitive impairments do in emergency when faced with these barriers? Yeah, if there's a fire and smoke, or maybe an active shooter situation, you're not necessarily going to see there's plexiglass barriers, and then people might get smushed up against those if they're trying to escape suddenly. And yeah, if you have mobility issues with canes, walkers, wheelchairs, you're not maneuvering around those very easily. And then, like, even people who can move, it's not like you can jump through these metal bars here because there's now plexiglass covering it. Because, oh no, someone might steal a bag of groceries. The horror. Everyone's life in that store can be put in jeopardy because someone might steal some milk and bread. Yeah, this is all leading to the boycott Loblaws. And that has started for the month of May. Real Canadian Superstore, No Frills, Frontino's, TNT, Zehrs, Value Mart, your independent grocer, wholesale club, and Shoppers Drug Mart for the month of May. Purchase loss leaders, avoid non-essential at Loblaws, and blah, blah, blah. So basically, Loblaws is out of control. There's a Reddit group about this too. They're trying to do a boycott for the month of May. So if you can, avoid shopping at these stores. Alternatives would be Sobeys and Freshco, Farm Boy. Those types of locations would be an alternative to Loblaws if you can do it. And, even with the boycott, it's not like they're going to get hurt much. Loblaws reports $13.58 billion in Q1 revenue as Reddit group boycotts kicks off. Same company that puts up plexiglass to make sure you don't steal a bag of groceries. And I do like this tweet under this one, though, from Matthew Pegg here, the City of Toronto Fire Chief, saying, thank you for sharing this. This has been passed along to our Toronto Fire Community Risk and Reduction Team. I hope they get in trouble. But yeah, no, they got to put that up to make sure you don't steal any loaves of bread or anything because of the insanely high prices that they have for groceries. Because, yeah, why not make things unreasonably expensive for things we need to survive? Like literal necessities of life being priced out of range. It's disgusting. And then they go and make $13.58 billion in revenue. Company says it's acutely aware that it has to win customers' business each day. No, they don't. Because if we go back to this here, so a lot of people who can't afford to shop at Zehrs anymore, they'll go to No Frills or Value Mart, which is owned by the same company. So they're still making money. They don't have to worry about winning over because a lot of people don't realize this is the same company. So they might get fewer customers there, but then they get more customers at their higher margin stores. It's like if you set up a gym right next to a fast food restaurant and you own both of them and have them feed into each other. It's pretty much what they're doing. Loblaws companies reported, and when we just said that, the company's quarterly profit, blah, blah, blah. Money, lots and lots of money, millions, hundreds of millions, billions, gazillions of dollars. A group of shoppers who say they are fed up with the company's grocery prices said that as of Wednesday, they would start boycotting retailers' flagship Loblaws stores and its offshoot brands, including all those other stores that we just said. A Reddit group called Loblaws is out of control, currently has 62,000 members. I joined, I'm on that list. I tried messaging them to see if they would come on my show. My message was immediately deleted. I don't know how Reddit works. I would love to get the people who are in charge of this onto my show. And they have far more subscribers there than my channel, like 10% more. No, 100% more. Damn it. 110? I don't know. I don't math. Not this late. It is not known how many people will participate in the boycott. It's a lot of people won't know this is happening. A lot of people don't have a choice in the grocery stores that they go to. It's a matter of which ones they're able to get to and all that sort of stuff. If you can participate in it, participate in it. If nothing else, to tell this guy to go fuck himself. Loblaws CAO says, enough is enough in statement to employees about boycott. That smug ass face there. He can go to hell. He is literally making billions of dollars off the fact that Canadians are starving and desperate for food and are forced to pay these higher prices. And he's making billions of dollars off of that. He's a disgusting human being. Canadians who are participating in a month-long boycott against Loblaws stores have decided on a slogan. Nor or nook. Nook or nook, whatever, which translates loosely to enough is enough. So, in Loblaws CEO per bank narrative, Danish seems to have inspired participants. Yeah, just... This is just, yeah, talking more about the boycott and why it should happen. But if you can do this, do this. There's also a sign saying steal from Loblaws Day. I don't know when that day was. So maybe it's every day. I don't know. I'm not encouraging people to steal from stores. I'm not allowed to do that on my channel, so I'm not doing it. And this was disappointing to learn. So Jessa, who's on Twitter, was I the last person to know that Jugmeat's brother is a known VP for not Loblaws, but lobbyists? So she corrected herself down here. Sobeys, which doesn't make anything better. So again, remember Jugmeat's thing, leader of the NDP, his brother, VP at Crestview Strategy, community advocate, lawyer, blah, blah, blah. And Metro Inc. consultant, Can any of our politicians not have connections into these lobby groups, please? Like, come on. Because then when Jugmeat actually attacks Loblaws, is he doing it because he actually thinks it's evil for the company to be charging outrageous prices for Canadians to buy food? Or is he doing it because it helps his brother's bottom line? I have one ridiculous story I wanted to share. That's just one screen, because I just wanted something a lot lighter to end this with. And this is stupid, and I like it because it's stupid. Canadian military showing us what they're worth. Bad logos aren't just reserved for political parties in this country. What? So, pause this. Go back here. The Canadian Army introducing the revitalized branding for the Canadian Army. Tell us in the comments what you think about it. And the comments are quite hilarious. So, I don't know. Was there sound to this? Now, I think their main focus is on this Photoshop rendering of a bullet, which not for a logo, this is really bad. But the attention has been here on what this is. Who paid their nephew to make this? This is so bad. This is so bad. Because what the hell is this? What kind of Rorschach test is this? To look at this and see a picture of what? Well, if we go to the comments, tell us what you think about it. Because you have this, so you can see in the camo there, you get the little maple leaf. Because what a lot of people don't know is that these camo designs are actually trademarked. I worked in retail and we had camo items that weren't allowed to have certain patterns of camo because it is trademarked. So now we have a little maple leaf in the thing, but then there's this thing here. This thing here. What do people think? I got it. A serviceman holding a chicken in Minecraft style. Looks like Minecraft character milking an elk. Oh, what's this logo supposed to be? Let's see. Is the pixelated moose taking a huge dump? This is a serious question. Is that what it is? Please, no, this is a serious question. A pixelated moose taking a dump. I honestly don't know what it is, and my son loves Minecraft. Who looked at this logo and said, yep, looks good? I think it looks like the army is saying it doesn't know how to play Tetris. How did that one not win? Yeah. We should be accusing the Trudeau government of institutional vandalism. Let's see. Design team of kids. Massive rebranding fail. I think there were more comments under the Polling Canada site. Rate that logo. It's the island of Papua New Guinea, obviously. Maybe. Looks like someone is humping a moose, or maybe it's just me that sees it. And lots of Minecraft references. There we go. Somebody, they unpixelated it and found what the image actually was. Somebody saying, granted, it doesn't take very much to baffle me, but this one is totally baffled. Maybe once they explain it, I'll be able to see it. Like, was this an intentional pattern? Is this supposed to represent something? Or is it literally, oh, it's just some pixels we put together? And let people's imaginations run wild like a Rorschach test. It reminds me of Space Invaders, one step up from Ping. Is it a moose? A guy holding a moose? A guy with a moose gun? There goes the military budget in 2024. Oh. Like, the logo was probably the bullet thing and the sword thing and in the words and stuff. Why they put that below it, I don't know. Somebody's just even wondering if it's legit, even though it links to the actual Army of Canada Twitter page. Here we go. Somebody thought it was a Minecraft post. Minecraft eyes. Huh. Squirrel that was hit by a Hummer. Anyway. Yeah, that's what we get. That's what we get. I'm surprised they haven't turned off comments yet. But it's this here that is probably the logo. I don't know why they included that part down there. I really don't. And even strong, proud. What is it? Strong, proud, ready? Yeah, strong, proud, ready. I just wanted to add that in because... Yes, Bad Lefty, we are a bunch of moose herders up here. Love our moose references. And for people who haven't seen this already, I'm sporting the Majority Report look. Just imagine what this shirt would look like if it was raining outside. Just saying. Make Majority Report sexy. I make Majority Report look good. I would look even better on their show, just saying. If I could get on. I've been trying to call in to talk about the healthcare thing from that one caller that was like, and they're like, oh, that's Canadian. And I'm like, I'm a Canadian. You guys should have me on speed dial. Let's check the Sandbox and then we'll wind down for the night. Bad Lefty, do better, Lance, silly Canuck. Yeah, I'm the Canuck actually covering Canuck news regularly. Oh. We've had a long show today. Yeah, we're approaching 4 hours, so this will be 4 hours when I'm done, probably. Everyone wondering what that logo is? Your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, let's just go back here. So I had to do this earlier. Am I in the right screen? There you go. Yeah, I had to do this earlier because cats. Speaking of cats. Hey, Frodo. Are we going to get a Frodo? Frodo. Wait, oh, he's right there. Frodo. Well, we do have a Lanier. Here we go. I love him and his little goatee. His little evil goatee. You can see that there? Little white goatee here. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. You're so cute. Oh. This cat is a cuddler. Wants to cuddle with me or with his brother Abernathy all the time. Yeah, I wanted to go back here to just show you the so kitty. This is the art project that was made because of Abernathy almost chewing through cord again, and I just went haywire and covered everything in tinfoil, so it looks like a conspiracy theory. But there's the babies again. They're so cute. So cute. Even Abernathy can have his cute moments. Look at that tongue sticking out there. So cute. And they both like to lick me when I'm brushing them out. And then there's Lanier and Frodo, which just melts my heart because I was hoping that Frodo could get along with his siblings before he goes and have that connection with them, and he does. And that fills my heart with joy. Oh, this cat is so cute. Oh, yeah, so it's been quite the live stream today. I'm talking about my experience in the healthcare system recently. Let's see, updates. So the person who is designing my book cover got back to me with a first draft and got some questions for her that I need to answer about, because I've never published a book before, but I need to know like trim size and paper color and all this sort of stuff that I don't know. I don't know anything about publishing because I want to publish hard copies as well as e-copies. So I need to look into that like really fast. Right now, I have a very good friend who said that she would read my book really fast to look for, because I sent her a couple sections as samples because I wanted to see if the flow was there, if you could understand like who's speaking the dialogue, and there were different interactions between different people, and just like could you get a different sense of their characters and their interactions and stuff. And in one of those samples, she was able to see that I had tilter instead of tilted. So she tilted her head towards him type thing. And so even though I've edited it like 20 times, so she said that she would read it all, almost 100,000. It's a long book. It's at 98,000 plus words. So she said that she would quickly read it to see if she could find any more of these like smaller typos and stuff. And when she gets back to me on that, she's the first person to read my book. So I really want to pick her brain on it, see what she thinks about it and all that sort of stuff, and get some feedback. And like, I don't think anything fundamentally needs to be changed. It's just the little typos and stuff that needs to be cleaned up. Or like, oh, the use of a wrong word somewhere. Like all of that needs to be cleaned up. But other than that, I've edited this book so many times. I don't think I need to do any like big changes. And so when she gets back to me from that, I need to find a program online. I believe there's free ones where you template it into like novel format. And then I think that might give me the information I need for like trim and stuff, but I still need to go over the author notes and the blurb that goes on the back of the book and have that ready. And there's still a lot that needs to be done with this book before it gets published. And that's again where my focus is for the next while. I've only broken down and come back on here to do these once a week things because the Canadian news has just been so wild. Like it's just been so wild lately, and none of the other shows are covering it because it's Canadian news. Because there's no point in me rushing on here to cover the footage of the campuses in the United States and the protests there, or the issues with their politicians and stuff, because you have 10 other shows covering those specific stories. I'm the only one that's doing like straight Canadian news at this point. But a lot of it does mirror what's going on in the United States. And, you know, sometimes it's just a refreshing take, but then you also see some of the players in our political sphere, like Anthony Housefeather learning more about Pierre Poilievre, Doug Ford, Justin Trudeau, but then you also have the people like Chrystia Freeland and there was Sheila Robinson and Sarah Jama and all those. Like you learn more about the politicians here, because I can guarantee you Canadians can name more American politicians than they can name Canadian politicians off the top of their head, because a lot of Canadians absorb more American news than they do Canadian news. So it's important to get the messages out, and it's important to get it out by the perspective of a Canadian, and one that actually sees the underside of Canada. You know, somebody who's living with disability and poverty. I see the struggles, the actual struggles that Canadians face, and the messages that need to get out. But I also see how easy it is to fix. And I also believe that there are more good people than bad. And if they knew how bad things were, they would do something about it. Like that woman who stopped in the lobby to make sure that I was okay while I was waiting for the ambulance. I believe there's more people like her in the world than there are people like Pierre Poilievre. And we just need to get them engaged in politics and start looking at the policies from the perspective of how does this benefit people? How does it help people versus who is this going to hurt? Because that's a lot of what the right wing wants. They just want policies that will hurt the people they don't like versus policies that will help everyone. So a lot of work that needs to be done, but we need somebody like me covering it. It'd be so nice if I could like get a little spot on the Majority Report every now and then. Be like, Canadian news for all your Canadian viewers. And then that would help my channel increase in viewership. Ultimate goal to have a Canadian version of the Majority Report. That would be my ultimate goal. But that would require people actually working with me. I'm horrible to work with. One step at a time. Let's see. Sandbox. I'm so excited to get my book done. It's so close to being done. I need to get the ISMB numbers or whatever that is, format it. The woman sent me the first draft of the cover. I don't know how much it's going to cost me. Like, I have a rough idea because I've seen her website and I got her from somebody else I know who does books, who's an author. Says that she uses her. So she's referred. She's not just some random person online. So I, safe bet I'm not going to get ripped off by her. And I checked out her website. She does great work. It's going to cost a lot of money though to get that book cover done. Depending on the type of publisher I go with, even though it's self-publishing, it's still going to cost me money. But to get this book done, I'm willing to roll the dice and hope that I at least make back enough to cover the costs of getting it published. That's the biggest goal. Like, my biggest fear is that, 10 people buy the book and it's a courtesy buy. They don't actually read it. So just having my one friend read it for mistakes right now, knowing that one person has at least read my book. Yeah. And we'll see if the day comes where I can actually tell everyone what it is. Because I've mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. You'd completely understand why I want to keep it separate when you know what it is. Why I want to keep it separate from this online personality that I am. But I'm so excited. I just want to get it done. And then once that book is done, I want to do a video essay. Well, there's two that I've been promising for ages. One is about the anti-LGBTQ movement here in Canada. That was the Million March. I want to get that essay done, as well as the Anna Kasparian essay that I have like tons and tons of notes on. I want to get that done. And so until all of that is done, I also need to get my place clean because that's been going on the side burner since I've been hyper-focusing on everything else. And then, damn it, I want to do drawing. And then I'll get back into, well, that and, okay. And watch season 2 and 3 of Picard. And then, once all of that is done, get back into the regular live streaming. So it doesn't mean that there won't be any live streams. It just means that I don't have any regularly scheduled ones. So you just kind of have to wait for notifications and stuff of that sort. But if you can, all help is appreciated in keeping and supporting this channel. Times are tough, and like I said, I'm about to get hit up even more with publishing the book. It'll be worth it in the end. Any support you can give me financially, I greatly appreciate. Let's do this. You can do that by becoming a patron, linked in the description box below. If you're Canadian, you can send an e-transfer to this email here, SandeeLovas@gmail.com. You can buy my art as a way of supporting my channel, which is at SandeeLovas.com. I'm on these things, but basically this one. I'm still on the hostile fart sauna all the time. Also, Frodo, which you almost got to see, he is still doing all right. He's still eating, but he has to be on medication all the time. So any help with his extra expenses would be greatly appreciated. He doesn't have much longer, about a year, I would imagine, with all of the issues going on. But right now he has a good quality of life. And the longer I can keep him having a good quality of life to be able to spend with me and his brothers, that keeps me going. Because he really is a beacon of light in my life. And I don't know if I'd be here without him. And I mean that literally. So any help covering his vet bills and expenses, greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for coming out. I keep on hitting the wrong one of these. For coming out today on this irregular scheduled live stream. For watching. I hope you're learning a lot about Canada and what's happening up here. Thank you so much for the mods, for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to all the people who've already become patrons, who have donated money. 0PE last time sent me a PayPal amount. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. You know, all the support that I get for this channel means the world to me, because, you know, this channel isn't about me. It's about spreading that progressive message. And by you supporting me, you're supporting that message getting out to more people. And that's the goal. We work together. No one person is going to fix the world. No one person is the superhero. This is we're all in it together project. But we can, as I said, positive progressive change is always possible. It may become more difficult, but it will always be possible. And with enough people, it'll become easier too. So, have I hit that magical? I have just hit that magical 4 hour. Genie bottle. Sandy is unique. Why, thank you. I like to, my style. Nobody knows how I'm going to dress up in any given day. I've had quite the wardrobe changes on here too. But just what I'm doing. Canadian news is unique. Complete Canadian coverage here. Which makes it a little bit more interesting to watch, I think, than some of the other stuff, because I'm covering a lot of the same issues, but from a Canadian perspective and from a Canadian angle. And you learn we have just the same douche canoes up here as you do down in the States. Bad Lefty. Canada, don't you realize we're trying to write a book here? Pipe down, Canada Landers. Yes. Yes. No more interesting Canadian news until my book is published. So that I can focus more time on that. Because even though right now it's been once a week that I've done these, I still haven't chopped up. Well, I just chopped up. I haven't edited the videos from the last live stream I did. And then I'll have to like chop this up and edit the videos. So I'm at least adding things to my YouTube channel. Reminder to go there. And when you see the clips, if it's below 100, please do a courtesy watch. Click on it, mute it, watch a different video to help them get over the 100 mark. Or if you see one that's like close to 400 or one that's close to 500, you know, get it over those nice round number humps if you can. I really appreciate it, and it helps it in the algorithms. And so, you know, it's going to take me a day to do the editing and posting of videos for one live stream. So even though I'm not live streaming as often, I'm working a lot right now. Lightning Rod, Canadian news is refreshing. Why, thank you. The Canadian political climate is changing. That it is. Let's see. North of 48 douche canoes? Yes. It's an older phrase, but I think it needs to come back. Bad Lefty, I hate to break the news to you, but you shouldn't use Canada Land. Because that is an actual magazine outlet, like news information outlet here in Canada that is currently run by a Zionist. Canada Land is a thing, like podcast network, political podcast network that is run by a Zionist. So it's taken by somebody who's not cool. We'll stick with Left of the Box. Left of the Box is all you need to know. Anyway. Yes, I'm done. I'm done. I need to eat, drink, all that sort of stuff, unwind. Thank you, everyone. And I don't know when the next time is, but please join me whenever it is. Until then. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.